Okay. All right, we're here. Okay. Hey, everybody. Hey, Craig. How are you doing, man? Ginger, I saw you came in early. That's nice of you. Thank you. Cherish, how are you doing? Holiday, how are you doing? Hey. Hey, what's up, Titan? How are you doing? Okay. Oh, Alkenstein. Oh, welcome in. I was like, wait, who is this? All right. God. Okay. I have been working on and off on the new video. It has turned into a weird. Okay. I think I want to talk about it just kind of like just a little bit. It's kind of turned into. I don't know if it is a kind of pointed look at the community a little bit, where we are actively praising someone who is probably one of the meanest people I've ever seen. Hey, Tina, how are you doing? I was just going through comments, and I just kind of realized when I was looking at some of the comments on the show. Yay, another frustrating one. Hell yeah, let's go. I need it this week, because I need the motivation to do this. I feel like I'm about to get called out. Why? No, it's more about the people who are praising Mary Lou than anything else. There's so many people who are just like on this cusp of like, oh my God, she's doing so good. She's actually making connections to things. And I'm like, no, she's not. She's saying these things because she wants validation. That's it. Beyond frustrating, she shows her true self. I knew it was coming. Do you want me to let the cat out of the bag on what the name of the video is? Or do I keep it a surprise? I think I'll keep it a surprise. Mary Lou's so amazing. She's not being a horrible person. Okay. You want to let the cat out of the bag? All right, I'll let it out. Do it. The video is called Mary Lou is Not Changing. You can probably make a through line, okay, on what I'm going to be kind of focusing on. So I don't find her frustrating. I think she's insufferable. I think that is a better word. I've always felt like I'm in trouble anytime anyone wants to have a chat. Probably from years of getting yelled at. Me too. I have an issue with that as well. Last episode was stupid. She just said what Bob wanted to say but couldn't. A great name. Yeah. So yeah, that is the. I feel like I'm giving, but you know what? There's a core group of people who are hanging out here. The majority of the people who are watching those videos that I make are not here listening to this. So, you know, I don't mind sharing. I almost exported what I had and was like, maybe I can show everybody what I have. But at the same time, I'm like, maybe it's better to leave it as a surprise. The opening is funny to me. I like getting previews to your videos. Yeah, I have a couple things I was going to post in terms of like future things on a blog post or community post on YouTube. I kind of held off. I kind of held off because I don't. There's some stuff that's happened over the last week where I'm having to kind of divide my attention just a tad bit more than I probably normally would. Hey, what's up, D Mooney? How are you doing? At least when you talk about them, I enjoy talking about videos that are, that I'm working on. I do need to start filming the other videos that I have written. I think that was going to happen this week. I have had a lot of little things happen this week that they're not bad, but they're not helping me. Yeah, I've been dubious of her progress. I think ML doesn't know what she believes or how to reconcile them with the identity she's built around her MAGA identity. I think the issue with her is that she is someone who is a people pleaser when it comes down to it. And not even actually a people pleaser. She is a person who will parrot things to get the praise. She's not necessarily trying to please anyone. She's trying to get the validation, right? And that is what it is. So when she says stuff like, for instance, she's a chameleon. Yeah, like when she says stuff like, I talked to my MAGA friend and, they reminded me of why I was for ICE. You then know, okay, she does this purely based on being in the social group she's in. trying to, she's trying to, I just read that as like stroke at first. I'm like, she had a stroke. That makes sense. Yeah, but she parrots the people that she's near. And then when people are pushing her, she kind of caves and goes, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Like, for instance, if you watch that video, the footage of her denouncing ICE, saying like abolish ICE, she says it after seeing a terrible video unfold. But here's the thing, that terrible video that you're watching is not even the full context of that video. I mean, the situation was bad. The person being murdered by police is bad. But she could not even look at the Renee Good and the Alex Preddy situation and apply the same fucking logic to them. She could not do it. Why? Why can't she do that? We've known for a while that ICE has been out of control, and now she's okay with it. Now she's like, oh yeah, you know what? I'm cool with abolish ICE now. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And to me, that's the one thing. Like, if I was ever going to hold her feet to the fire, like have a conversation and be like, can you actively tell me why that situation that is shot from a distance and you don't even see it. You don't even see the full like repercussions of what is happening. But you watch the Alex Preddy and Renee Good situation and you go, they should have just fucking not done that. And it's like, wait, hold on a second. That is the stuff that blows my mind. There's dopamine to be had by agreeing with your social group. Yeah. She's a tag along. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm under the impression that she's just kind of a jerk when we break it all down. I don't know. But yeah, you know, and also on top of everything else, you know, I do feel bad for her, you know, losing Jules. I bet that was not a great feeling for her. You know, I'm always very torn on how I view her in her ability to be empathetic. So to me, I don't know if it's performative or not, but I do feel bad for her. And, you know, I can imagine, you know, someone that in her friend group, especially someone so young, dying, could probably be like oh man. There are multiple pressures on her to remain in MAGA, her marriage, her friend group, the media algorithm, the algorithm she subscribes to, the value she places on loyalty to Trump, her reluctance to admit error. That is the big one. That is the big one. The last one is the one that I think is her downfall, just entirely, is her ability that to be like, I'm not going to admit that I'm wrong. She's never going to say I'm wrong. And if she does, it's always with the caveat of what about them? What about that? What about Biden? What about Obama? How did Jules die? Was it related to vaccine or lack of? No, it was she had a infection and it was in her brain, and essentially, as someone described it, her head, like her brain got too warm and essentially she died. Now I'm being very rudimentary with that explanation, but yeah. She can never be wrong, but she was a tattletale all of her life too. Oh, I bet she sold people out all the time. I don't mind her wanting to do a tribute to Jules, but she barbed her tribute with self-validating remarks about being MAGA. Yeah. I honestly don't think she has friends. I think she has acquaintances. And as someone who has very few people in my life who I go, hell yeah, I have like 2 friends. I know what acquaintances are, and those are people you run into or you meet up with once in a blue moon, or you run into at a social event and you're like, hey, I know you. Friends are the people you talk to on the reg, you know. So the only friend she really has is Bob and Haley and Chad. She admits to being wrong about the duration of the war in Iran without criticism of the justification for the war itself. Yeah, she actually is now like, there was that AI video she put out, or she gave Chad to say like, hey, here's the justification for the war. you know, and it's like there's no justification. The other AI video she pointed at that says like, hey, here's how we're gonna get you know, Melania and Baron. That's all bullshit too. Like it's all bullshit. And it's a way to deflect from actually admitting like, hey, you know, I should have been I should admit defeat about the war in Iran. I should. No. She's like, you know, it's taking long, but he knows what he's doing. It's like, no, he doesn't. He has no military sort of like know-how or anything like that. This fool has run businesses into the ground. He doesn't know how to do anything other than just be a fucking walking fucking failure of a human being who got fucking lucky. Sad about Jules. Now imagine she got blamed by ice 10 times in the ground. Yeah. But look, but that's the thing though. She doesn't look. You cannot apply logic to her. There's no logic that can be applied. ML doesn't have ideas of her own. If she did, she wouldn't be able to clearly articulate them. What she has are the talking points of an echo chamber. The echo chamber of her group of MAGA friends, the echo chamber of her husband, and the echo chamber of Newsmax. Yes, 100%. Yeah, she comes prepared with those echo chamber comebacks. 100%. It's always the, well, what about so-and-so? And it's like, here's the thing. Like, if they want to do the right thing, the answer to a lot of those things is, hey, we're not talking about that. Let's focus on the actual thing at hand. I don't care what Biden did. I don't care what Obama did. I don't like them. Okay. So mom, here's the deal. We have to drop the focusing on other people. We need to look at what is actually happening right now and apply the same logic that you've been applying to these other presidents to your current president. I've been watching too much Game of Thrones. I expect Baron to get romantically involved with Melania. Oh, I would have said like Tiffany would be the one that I would think. The look on her face when she says them too. Speaking of Game of Thrones, did you see the White House AI video using Game of Thrones opening? I have not. I actually haven't seen the new season of House of Dragon. Sometimes it's obvious that she hasn't really thought about the canned comebacks she parrots. Well, yeah, the thing is, look, I don't want to be super duper like hard on her, but she really is. Essentially, if she was like a character or anything, her name would be. It would start with the descriptor simple. So she'd be Simple Mary or Simple Mary Lou, whatever. Don't watch House of Dragon. Save yourself. Really? I've already seen the first season. I haven't seen the new season. Are people really down on it? New season is as good as the last. Yeah, I mean, that's how Game of Thrones goes. Look. I was there for the majority of Game of Thrones. Well, I watched all of it. I was there for the whole thing. Saw a short yesterday, psychologist, I think, but it was interesting. It said MAGA think like children, unable to transition between concrete and abstract thinking without being forced to. I mean, that makes sense. I want to think less of you if you think if you are extraordinarily hard on ML. I'm saving some of that for the video I have been editing and working on. So I'm probably gonna get some hate from the community that are trying to simp for Mary Lou. I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate. I'm bracing for it, which I'm not too worried about. I don't really care. I don't give a shit, but yeah. ML was getting angry this episode. Felt like the old days. Okay. Hey, I get to include that in the video. I'll put it out in the next probably gonna go out Wednesday. I'm actually gonna have a live on Wednesday. Maybe it's gonna go out Thursday. Probably Thursday or Friday is what I'm aiming for. I've had, like I said earlier, I've had a week where anytime I was trying to get something like remotely done, I got sidetracked. I'm working on some other project right now too. It's been and then Friday was the Hobbit pre-release. Oh my god, it was the Hobbit pre-release. I actually did really good. I came in third for the night. It was awesome. I watched the IFA channels rather give them the views than HBO anyways. Okay, I gotcha. Night is if the 7 was fantastic. Oh, yeah. The Sims are virtue signaling sycophants. Oh yeah, ignore them. Oh, I know. Trust me, I've had a few of them in my comments, and I've had a few remarks where I'm just like, "Did you watch the video? Because you're full of fucking shit." I can't stand her. No one can. I look, and I want to be nice to her. I want her to do good. Like that's the thing. I can stop making videos on her if she fucking transitions away from being this evil fucking human being. I can do other shit. MAGA is perfectly able to switch between concrete and abstract thinking, but only when it provides cover, excuses, or generates fear, uncertainty, and doubt. There's two different groups of people I think that fall into the MAGA category. There are the people who blindly follow the culture that surround the Republican Party, or just vote red in general, and will always just vote red because they're told that is the party of that is their party. And then there are the people who know exactly what they're voting for, who are there for the, they're usually in business. They usually are dealing with stocks. They're usually trading, and they have no qualms with robbing people blind. Those are the two, and maybe a third one who are just, not there and just willy nilly voting because they're off their rocker. I don't know. Emil has no real ability for growth. Yes. I can't stand her either. I watch when Haley is there to rage. I don't watch their lives at all, though. They piss me off. Yeah, I stopped watching the lives officially, 3 or 4 months ago. I think the last time I interacted with one, I was just kind of like, I was bummed out by kind of like the half answers on the lives, the like, well, I don't know. Or if Mary Lou just bailed, it was just literally a waterfall of questions for Mary Lou, and Mary Lou's not there, which I personally look at as an offensive act. I don't care what people call you. I don't care if people call you Mary Pooh. I don't care if people pose as your horse Shiny and tell you how disappointed they are with you. I don't care. You should still be there as a representation of, especially people are expecting you to be there, and you're there at the beginning. You should be there the entire time. Sorry. It's disrespectful. It's super disrespectful to the community, and the people who keep giving them money. I'm like, bro, like, you guys need to stop. It's so much worse than we thought. Hey, I've been peppering those in randomly. I've been peppering in clips. I actually need to pull the episode because I'm working that into the video. They got whales on the live stream. Hey, I need some of those whales over here. I'll answer questions. It's tough watching Chad read by himself. Yeah, especially because he doesn't get the like acronyms or anything like that. Like, there's shit that I'm like, even though I don't get it, I can usually suss it out. And then to be like, I don't know what that is, and then just to move on, it's like, what the fuck, man? You're also charging people $5 for, I think, 150 characters. It's like, oof. Mary bails because she's getting called out by the broader tribe and she doesn't like it. Yeah, I think the other thing too is I think the community just needs to just not ask her questions, because you can just go back and watch any of the lives. You get the answers there. I mean, she's very, very transparent about who she is about 99% of the time, and logic doesn't matter. I've tried asking her questions that are logic oriented, and she's just like, I don't know. Okay, I did watch the live last night. Someone asked about Southern Comfort. Oh, Discomfort. I almost wanted to buy a super chat and tell them it was awful. Hey, what's up? Hey, AC, how are you doing, man? Hey, are you busy this weekend? If you are, no worries. I was going to ask you if you wanted to play. We've got Hobbit came out last week, and I have some Hobbit cards and shit like that. So this weekend, yes. Okay, yeah. No worries then. You're flying. Oh, well, have fun in Africa, man. Have fun in Africa. Are you doing anything fun there? What did they ask about Southern Discomfort? What did they ask about that horrible. Oh God, those lips, by the way, on this guy. Don't say that. You're not. Are you really going out there to hunt? Oh yay. Okay. You're okay. See. Okay. All right. You're not doing any sort of like poaching, right? Please tell me you're not doing that. I think she's actually starting to see that Trump is screwing everyone. Oh no. Okay, good. Okay. Then by all means, have fun. And she knows she doesn't have good enough answers to face the broader tribe. Yes. So that's the thing. I don't think she really gives a shit that Trump is screwing people over. I think she has this like, I think the caring about universal health care stuff is basically a selfish act. It's because she's having to pay money for Bob, like she would love to have Bob get free medical like care. That's all it is. She doesn't care about anything outside of what she can get for free. If she can game the system or the system's going to give it to her for free, she's going to take it. You'll be back in September? Oh shit, you're going for a while, man. Holy hell. To be honest, I think Bob's crash outs on live streams made it impossible to have a substantive discussion. Then his stress-related heart troubles kind of killed the necessary conversation. I agree. I've been saying it for a while. I think the episodes were a lot easier to, at least for me, to feel like I could give into the rage on that and bask in a little bit. With Mary Lou, I'm just like, I'm frustrated. And there are these things that is happening right now in the show that I'm like, can we continue to keep propping these people up on this pedestal when they're asking the same like 10 questions every other episode? You'll be back in September, about 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks is I mean, it's not bad actually. I would like to go to Japan for 2 or 3 weeks. That'd be kind of awesome. Okay, I think it was more of a general question about what pilots he made and he brought up. Okay, an excuse to avoid the live streams. Okay. Oh, I don't want to say that she's not stressed out by the Bob health issues or the grief or loss of a friend, but I think by this point she's making an excuse to avoid the lives. Yeah, I think she knows that she's going to get peppered with the why are you being so why are you being such a bitch, Why do you keep backtracking? Why do you keep doing these things? She's not able to care about anything outside of her life. It's crazy how many big X's there are, but she doesn't really care. Remember, the X's are an illusion. These X's that she talks about, she uses that as a way to get out of the conversation. But Eric Matt went through our level up process for characters last week. Oh shit, did you guys hang out? I'm seeing Eric tomorrow. He's going to be coming in. So I had to move some stuff around because he was coming in, but he's coming in tomorrow, and we're going to kind of go over some stuff. We're going to do some gaming, and then this is, by the way, for folks who are wondering, this is the Daggerheart stuff. And I think Thursday we're going to record that session for the first time. Yes, she's just being obstinate now. Yes. Her Islamophobia is so blatant and disgusting. Her weirdness towards Al Sayed is completely gross. She doesn't have any valid concerns. Here's the thing. What does she think about Hassan? Like, Hassan is literally campaigning with this guy. Can she not make the correlation that, like, hey, Hassan likes this guy, I should like this guy if she likes Hassan so much? I have a theory that she only looks at Hassan and goes, he's hot, and he is pretty much white, and I like him. Yeah, the X's are the same as, I'll look into that. It is the whataboutism side of things. Has anything happened with the whole ground news things now that she has it? Here's the thing, Ink. No. That was going to fall through the cracks no matter what. that was going to fall through no matter. I knew the moment that we pressed and got them to get her Crown News that she was going to be like, oh my God, I love this. And then never use it again. Never fucking use it again. That's a good listener question. Which one? Oh, the Hassan one? Man, I would love to send something in, but at the same time, I'm gonna be I'm probably like public enemy number one for the stream or the podcast at this point. I don't know. I don't think they would ever feature anything of my stuff ever again. Everything from it's an X to I'll look into it to wait and see is all buying time for things to develop. Bingo. It's true, the X's handily mean the facts can be put behind them. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. She doesn't want to actually get pressured on anything, so she goes, that's an X. And it is a way to mitigate the psychic damage or telekinetic damage that she's getting from Chad and Haley. Being like, oh my God, she's agreeing with us. And that is the wool being pulled over their eyes, in my opinion. If I was Chad and Haley, I'd be like, I know you. You're my mom. I've been around people like Mary Lou my entire life. And I know when they concede like that, or when they want to just stop talking about something, they'll go, all right. And they just want to get out of it. That is what Mary Lou does every single time on the show. I will say the positive thing about this is, yes, it might be helping their relationship. And I think that is a great thing. But with the last like 3 months, it just feels like it is. I always say it's Groundhog's Day. It is just like the same thing over and over and over and over and over. The rich people are leaving anywhere. They are leaving the incubator and making room for new up and coming success stories. ML thinks all the rich people are leaving New York City. They're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, the people in the rich people in New York like living in New York. They make bitch and complain, but they like living there. I think, Joel, you should create a video of all her exes, then create a digital whiteboard graphics presenting all of her exes in green arrows. So, Cherish, I actually have a video where here, actually, I'll just grab it. Fuck it. I'll just grab it. I have a video with all of her exes. They've really not changed. The rich people are leaving narrative has been running for decades. Yeah. Please let them leave. Get the fuck out of here. Go somewhere else, dude. Get the fuck out of here. I hate how she treats them. Look, I think it's a two-way street right now. I think they get their rocks off by being pretty fucking mean to her. And I think she enjoys the positive attention that she gets when she says something that she knows is going to get validation. Rich people leaving New York City is good. I agree. I don't think they're leaving, though. I personally don't think any of them are leaving. I think those people like living there. Yeah, they're also not leaving. Yeah, I know. They're not leaving. They might bitch and complain about the fucking fucking taxes and shit, but they're not leaving. Okay, hold on. We're grabbing it. We're grabbing it. Wait, why don't you just fucking do that? Here we go. Where's my window at? There it is. Yeah, so this is the video that I had to take out the openings because people refuse to watch the video past the openings.
Well, there's more and more things that I'm disliking. Yeah. Yes. The golden statue and bringing God and Jesus
Mom Donnie
and
is doing
stuff
great
into that and
in
kissing
New York, by the
that.
way.
That's not, yeah, there's a lot of things that my eyes are being opened to that I don't like. But I
Yeah.
am still a Republican. I guess you're calling me still a MAGA.
Yeah.
You
And
have
Trump
to-
is my president.
Right. Like I said, I can't keep everything in my brain, but I'm going to start making my list.
Yeah, all the butt smells.
Okay.
Check it.
Starting a war with Iran. Right?
With what?
With Iran. That's one thing you don't like.
Say it again. With what?
Starting a war with Iran.
Yes, I don't like that.
Okay. Locking kids in cages and giving them drinking water that makes them sick. You don't like that.
I don't like that.
Okay.
I don't like that they haven't given us all the files.
Protecting Jeffrey Epstein and
I don't
a cabal of
like- yeah.
pedophiles. You don't
They're
like
not-
that, right?
They're not letting it all out.
Okay. Sexually assaulting women. I would assume you don't like that.
I don't like that.
Okay. Those are 4 pretty big fucking things.
Okay, we'll start making my list.
Really?
I think he's trying to do it both ways. I think he's trying to make our country stronger. He's trying to do that for his personal gain, which he should not be doing. I do agree with you on that. And I don't like that he's letting them buy up farmland.
Yes.
I don't like that at all.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't like that he's killing our animals and my butterflies.
Yes.
He's got a lot of strikes right now going against him with me.
I don't believe you.
Donald Trump needs to come closer to being with Christ.
You serious?
I do believe.
How much closer can he get? He posted a picture of himself wearing Christ's clothes.
Well, yeah, that is not good. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. That is sacrilegious, right?
Yes, I don't like it. I did not like it. He should not have posted it.
Right. And even he knew that. I don't know if he's
took it
ever
down.
right. And he's never done that.
Right.
He doesn't take shit down because that's admitting defeat in his mind.
Right.
So he knows that he fucked up here.
He took it down.
Wah, wah, wah.
Mom, do you think it's a good use of the president's time and attention to launch Twitter troll attacks on a bunch of YouTubers and podcasters while he's sending Americans to die in Iran?
Well, when you said the last part, die in Iran, that's a no. But I think his rants are getting out of control. He needs to stop.
Stop it!
Let's just take a running list here of the things that Trump has done that you don't like. So, found guilty of sexual assault.
Fine.
Found guilty of 34 felonies. That
We went over
amount.
that.
What?
We went over that before.
Okay, I thought you said we don't know that.
Oh, shit, we
Just
went over-
just started a war with Iran.
I don't like that.
Okay. Killing horses.
Of course, I don't like that. Other presidents before did the same, and I'm not deflecting, but of course, I don't like that.
Okay. So how many of these things
Fucking
do we have to
stupid.
pile on until all of the I don't like
That's
that
the way she gets out
equal
of
I don't
anything.
like Trump?
I guess time will tell. We will see.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Is he doing it for his birthday? I don't understand where the divide comes here.
He's doing it because he views himself as a Roman emperor. And this is a like Roman Colosseum gladiator style sport. Kill for my pleasure.
Yeah, I don't like it. I told you that. Yeah,
What do you got?
Don't like
you
it.
got to take that call? What's going on?
No, I'm done. I'll turn my phone off. It
Thank
was
you.
important about your dad, but now that's very good news. I just got some good news, and there, my
Okay,
phone
great.
is off.
The question he asked was, what if Trump were to come across a clip of our podcast and Mom,
Right.
if he
You can tell I'm trying to be like really fucking nice in these videos sometimes. And lately, when I watch some of these things where I'm being like nice, I'm like, I should have never included that.
saw one of the clips where you say, I disagree with him on this. I don't like what he's doing in Iran. I don't like that he's in the Epstein files. And he issued some kind of public rebuttal to you saying that you're not MAGA and he doesn't like you. What would your reaction be to that?
If he doesn't like me, then I would not like him.
Dad?
That's simple.
I'm gonna like him no matter what.
All right. All right. All right. Yeah. I made one already. I don't, it's like one of those things, like, I don't know if I want to revisit any of that shit. Because it's like, I've made 2 videos where I've done the exes thing and she doesn't pay attention to it. None of them pay attention to it. And I literally, made it a point to make it as bulleted as possible. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't fucking matter. It just does not fucking matter. Because the reality is, if you were to hold her to any sort of standard with these like X's or things that she doesn't like, she would just fucking be like, you didn't understand what I was getting at, or you don't understand, or well, can we talk about something else? It's shit like that. Mob knows. Wait, you're saying consent is power or consensus is power? Yeah. I mean, yeah. But it's one of those things where I just look at this all and I go, fucking, where's my video that we've been. Man, I don't have the whatchamacallit. Chad talks about how important and necessary this podcast is, but none of them use the platform in a positive way. Dear, I agree. Dear, I agree. 100%. I personally look at what they have as a that is a dream for anyone who is remotely politically motivated. If you had a platform where you could teach someone or teach a group of people like what they're being manipulated by and the reality of what is happening, I would be doing research all fucking day, every fucking day, to find just ways of providing even my mother on the show with evidence like, hey, here is what you're being lied about. Instead, they just pull kind of like the headlines of the week, and then they go, did you see what Trump did this week? And it's like, it doesn't fucking matter what Trump did this week, because Trump is going to do fucking dumb shit every fucking day. All right? When he's not getting enough attention, he's going to fucking post 120 posts on Truth Social. I will predict the future for you right now. It is going to happen in the next 48 to 72 hours. He's going to do some dumb shit like that because the fucking stock market is not doing great today. He's losing the Iran war. He has fucking depleted our military supply of just weapons in general. He's not doing great. And everyone is focusing on fucking, Abdul and Hassan Piker of all fucking people right now. Even Hassan Piker's like, fucking, why are they paying attention to me? I don't give a fuck. He doesn't give a shit right now what they have to say about him. They're going to say the same fucking 5 things that everyone says. Like, he fucking said that United States deserved 9/11. He shocked his dog. It's like, after a certain point, you're like, do you have anything else? What are we doing here? Is there any financial incentive for all of them for ML to suddenly convert now? No, there isn't. That's the thing, though, Inc. That is the thing, Inc. I think, and I'm turning into one of these people where I'm like, what is the incentive for her to transition? Well, immediately the show falls apart. Immediately the show disappears and turns into something that is just them all hanging around and jerking each other off on screen, just like the lip sips are. That is them being like, you know what? We both agree, right? Yeah. It's just like, yeah. It's kind of like in a realm of I don't know. Like, it's let me do the bare minimum to get the message across. Like, look, if I was making fucking, I was getting 100,000 views on shit, and it was really, really easy to produce content, I'd be fucking doing it all the fucking time, and I'd be doing my damnedest to make sure I'm presenting like really good information. I would feel compelled to do that. There's only been some limp attempts to teach her about propaganda or media literacy either. That is the other thing too, is you could literally, I have been screaming about this, get a fucking different person on the fucking podcast on Wednesdays, have Chad just moderate in the corner, whatever, sit in the cuck chair, fucking moderate from over there, and then let those two people fucking talk. Let Mary Lou and whoever you bring on talk one-on-one. That's it. No time limit, no 1 hour thing, none of that shit. Just let it fucking go on. You can sit there and sort your magic cards while you're fucking, letting your mom do your shit, Just fucking do something like that, all right? Convince her, get her fucking in front of people who are going to teach her the cuck. Look, it's the truth, all right? Yeah, she's the heel. Bob was the heel, but she's having to be the heel now that he's in the hospital bed, and I don't think she actually enjoys it. No, she doesn't like being the focus. She liked hiding behind fucking Bob, like we've talked about. God, what is the fucking character's name again? Fucking, she's Jabba the Hutt's fucking minion. That's what she is. She's just there to be like, yeah, and behind him. That's it. And now that she's like the focal point, she's like, fuck, I don't know if I can be this fucking person right now. Emil has to stay on board the MAGA bus if they're going to ride the gravy train. Yeah, Salacious Crumb, thank you. I always forget it. I always forget the name. It is such a dumb name, too, for a fucking character. All right. Jabba, no bargain. I need to watch Return of the Jedi again. I have the newer ones that were released on Blu-ray. I don't like the remasters. They're bad. They're fucking terrible. That song that's in fucking Return of the Jedi is offensive. All right, I'm done. I'm done ranting. It was a good 45-minute rant though.
In the aftermath of the 2024 election, America is even more divided than before. Half the country fears the end of democracy, and the other half welcomes it. As America inches toward the brink of authoritarian rule, now more than ever, we must force ourselves to have the necessary conversation. Welcome to the necessary conversation. I'm Chad Colchin. With me is my sister Haley Pop.
Thanks.
And my mom, Mary Lou Colchin. My sister and I, of course, are horrible, dirty lefty communists. And my mom
in the aftermath
MAGA. For a short time only. Hello?
No, I'm MAGA.
Yes. Okay.
Well, you say I'm MAGA. I'm a strong Republican.
Okay. Here's the thing. Here is the fucking thing. I hate when she does this shit. Where she's like, I'm MAGA. Well, you guys call me MAGA. It's like, bitch, you've called yourself MAGA. I have a fucking video on that too. I brewed a Kolsch last week, racking it into a keg tonight to carb it. Oh, but I named it Kyber Crystal Kolsch. Nice. Kyber Crystal. Those Kyber crystals were not a thing until the prequels. They were just lightsabers, like you had an elegant weapon, and then they were like, we got to give it a reason to have this fucking color, And we can also sell different Kyber crystals at Disney's, like lightsaber shop. Ewoks are just Wookiees with dwarfism. Changed my mind. In the original script, the planet they were on was literally filled with Wookiees. And then they said, nah, let's change it. I don't know if it was a budget thing. I don't think it was, because I think at the time, I think they actually had issues after Empire, because Empire went over budget so much. They had to fire the producer on it. And so I think they had to scale everything down. And so there's like, well, why don't we just make them smaller Wookiees?
No, you've said you're MAGA. There are many clips of that. You are MAGA. Okay.
Just fucking have my fucking videos on deck, because I prove that point.
Maybe after today's show you won't be. Do you have any ditties before we get into the big political topics of the week?
I just wanted to say thank you for everybody responded in regards to Jules.
Wookie. Hey, you know what? That is actually a good thing to point out. They're pretty much almost spelled. They use this almost the same lettering, and they almost sound like it would be called Wookiees, but Ewok, Wookiees. I could see the direct connection between those. I'm MAGA, I'm Republican, I'm conservative. Nate did a good job explaining to her that Trump is not a conservative and doesn't actually support Republican policies. It went right over her head. That's the thing. my issue like with like people like Nate is like they talk about like conservatives in the sense that they are this like mythical being that has not been endorsing Trump. Trump, in my opinion, is a fucking Republican, and he is a new age fucking Republican. He is legitimately what the Republican Party is, and if you don't like that, then you're a moderate Democrat at this point. I'm a Republican. I watch Newsmax. People like me. Okay, you're fine. I made a cream ale with a cranberry nut muffin tea edition. I called it Wookie Cookie. Oh yeah. Republicans aren't conservatives is going over all their heads. Yeah, because they don't understand what, in my personal opinion, they don't understand what their party is anymore. Their party is legitimately pro-government, pro-fascism, and they want the United States to be a superpower, and they're backing Trump in all these ways that doesn't fucking make sense. If you were a true Republican, you would be asking for less government. Currently, the government is in every fucking thing that we do. Yeah, they're also fucking babies now. They're all fucking snowflakes. Autocracy. Yeah, there you go. That's a better word for it. Right. MAGA is no longer conservative Republican of the 2016 era before. He's the Tea Party Republican on steroids. Old guard Republicans died with McCain and Cheney. Yeah, I mean, even then I would argue like Cheney is leaning more into, like, he's not fully in the category of being Tea Party Republican style, but he is closer, I think, than what McCain is. They made a nod towards conservatism with the Tea Party and then pulled that tent down and replaced it with MAGA, John Birch Society fascism. Yeah, I've been saying there was this like weird progression from the Tea Party to the QAnon movement, and I think that's where things got really blurred. There were people believing conspiracy theories that they shouldn't be believing. And that is where we got this like radicalized, like Trump jumped on that shit. He was like, yeah, you know what? Let's feed into those conspiracy theories. Let's make a new fucking party. And it's essentially the MAGA fucking party. I said at the time, Sarah Palin was the death knell of the Republican Party. Honestly, if they had won, I would say like, well, no, I agree with you. I don't know how anyone would remotely look at Sarah Palin and go, that's a serious fucking candidate right there. We got to vote for her. I don't understand how anyone could do it. The fog of war is their primary weapon. Yeah, I agree. Completely agree. But that's the thing, though. Like, something needs, like, there needs to be, this is the shit that I talk about, too. It's like, they need to educate her, and they also need to be educated on this. This is the thing. Like, when they talk about Democrats, they need to talk about them in the sense that the current crop of Democrats, the majority of the Democratic Party, is legitimately old school fucking conservatives at this point. They are. They espouse the same similar kind of ideas. They love fucking capitalism too. The people that they should be scared of are, or would scare them, are literally the progressive, the Democratic Socialists. Those are the people who, in my opinion, are the true leftists at this point. I don't know. I really wish there was people spouting communist ideals at this point. Yeah, the Overton window is real. Oh, and then I wish someone would actually fucking tear into Trump when he says that fucking Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, and explain to him history and how that is not true. Not true at all.
Death, and I got a lot of DMs, a lot of messages. Thank you. People were asking for addresses to send stuff, but that's a no. I think it was so bizarre.
Yeah, in the global spectrum, there is no left wing in the United States. Everyone in the government are also old as fuck. There are like 10 young people. Yeah. Main split now seems to be super pro-Israel or not. And the funny thing is, Inc., it is now becoming a liability to be pro-Israel, which is fantastic. I cannot be happier about that. That is a thing that if you had told me like 4 or 5 months ago would be a thing, I'd been like, no, no. Now it's like, oh, you're fucking pro-Israel and we know it? Like, ew. The only reason Haley Stevens got the votes that she got in that primary is because Fox News was telling people, and Newsmax were telling people, if you live in that state, you need to go out and fucking vote. If you're a conservative, vote for Haley Stevens because you do not want Abdul El Sayed, that guy. You don't want him winning because he's gonna ruin your life. No, there isn't a real left wing in the U.S. We need to make one. I mean, I think the DSA is the next logical step to doing that. But in my personal opinion, I would go even fucking harder, and I'd be like, it needs to fucking absolutely change. The Democrats should stand for the rights of people, being able to help everyone, everyone their constituents, be against actual fucking like corporate money, lobbying, all that shit. And instead, they're all for it. It's the funny thing is, it's all political theater at this point when it comes to Congress. They're all in on the fucking con, with the exception of like a handful, not even a handful, probably like 20% of the people in Congress. We're at a weird point in history where the dam is going to fucking break. And how's it going to break? I don't know. But it's going to happen. It's going to happen at some point. I don't know if it's going to happen soon or like 5 years from now. It's going to happen. The GOP ran straight off the fascist cliff in order to push the Overton window to where moderate conservatism is radical leftism, which is crazy. It's fucking nuts. No, there isn't a real left wing in the U.S. We need to make one. I made the argument that everyone is left wing to MAGA. So left wing lunatic should be heard as insult all Americans that it is. So I think there is a there's an asterisk that it is anyone who espouses ideals that I think push against the norm. And I'm talking like transgender sort of ideology, wanting people to have universal health care, wanting people to have a living wage, taxes on the rich, like those things automatically, even if you are dead center, or you're conservative and you believe some of those things, you are automatically not MAGA. And that makes you either a rhino or the left. Hey, what's up, Devils? How are you doing? Yeah, but that's not how Trump uses the term. No. My buddy spent a week explaining to me that Massey was evidence of the GOP's adherence to conservatism. Then Massey got his stool pushed in by the GOP, and now he won't talk to me. Vaping a bowl, finally. Hell yeah. I wish I could vape a bowl. Yeah, you know what? You're better off without that friend. I'll just be honest with you. Anyone who's going to sit there and be like, who's going to fall under that fucking thing of Massey is, he's truly exactly what the conservative party is. You can see the MAGA movement has their conservatives. No. Mm-mm. And also, by the way, I said this to someone. I always looked at Massey as a far right libertarian who was vying for some sort of higher position, not in the Trump administration, but in some other role that was in another conservative or another administration's cabinet. Massey to me comes off as not fake, but I don't know. There's something weird about him. But I always felt like he was vying for something bigger. I don't know. I'm being toxic to myself overlooking my British MAGA friend. No, you're fine. Over losing my... Oh, no. I mean, normal conservatives don't really exist right now. They don't. They're, like I said, they're moderate Democrats at this point. They're moderate Democrats. Anytime social policy is for the people rather than the corporation, they cry leftist, liberal, etc. Yeah, and it's funny until it affects them, and that's I think the distinction that needs to be made. It is when you're dealing with a group of people who are selfish, and that is like the bottom line is that they're selfish. Massey has values / morals, so it isn't a good fit in today's GOP. I think that's what it is. He always like I didn't like his politics. He was a abnormality, I guess. But I always felt like when I watched him, like it was sometimes performative, is what I guess I'm trying to say. I always just felt like he might be just a tad bit performative. No, I mean, no more than what the other GOP / MAGA people are, but I mean, they're all performative and they're all fucking losers in my mind. Fucking, I'll even call a good chunk of the Democratic Party a bunch of fucking losers too.
Bizarre. On the day that she was buried, there was a man inside of our house that had to do some work for us on a window. There was a picture of Jules up with Shiny, riding Shiny. He goes, "Oh, that's a cool horse. That's a cool picture." I said, "Thanks." I didn't say much. And then he goes, "Do you ride?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Do you?" He said, "I started riding in Compton, California when I was a youth." He said, if I wouldn't have started riding when my dad took me there, I would have got in a lot of trouble. I probably would have been incarcerated and went to prison. Wow. I said, "Wow." I said, "I have seen that on TV. It's a documentary. It's about, I always want to say straight Antelope Compton. It's not that. It's cool."
I was waiting.
California.
The reason I was holding I was like, there's going to be a straight out of Compton joke that's going to come out of fucking someone's mouth. And I'm like, please. They didn't disappoint. I knew it was coming.
And they have a youth riding program. And then they have the adult cowboy program. And if anybody wanted to.
Old Town Road, is that what it's called? I'd check it out. Horses in Compton. Well, that's where my head went to at first. I was like, really? But yeah, apparently it's I mean, they made a documentary about it. So like, I'm curious. Old shit. No, shit. Old Road. Oh wait, that's a Little Nas song. Fucking Jesus Christ. I don't know who Little Nas is until someone says like, "Oh yeah, do you remember that song where he fucking did a country song and he was also rapping in it?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember that," but I never heard it. No, we're not going to play that. No. It's bad. The only song I think that is remotely okay by him is I think the Call Me By Your Name, but that's also because the content in it pissed so many fucking people off that I was like, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to play it. No, I'm not going to play it. Also, I don't want to get the fucking YouTube stream like completely nuked. But no, we're not going to do that. All right, I'm going to look up that documentary real quick.
It just hit me like, oh my God, I am going to donate in her name to that organization. And you can just Google it. It's ComptonEquestrian.org. It's online.
He is.
And it helps children stay out of trouble. Yeah. They also educate them. And then this man told me when he was later in his like mid-teens and stuff, they would just hop on horses bareback and they ride through Los Angeles. And he said you can see it today too.
Okay, so the name of the documentary, by the way, if anyone wants to know, it's called Fire on the Hill. Fire on the Hill. So that is it.
There's also a second part of the organization called the Cowboys, where they do compete. So if anybody wants to do anything, that's where I'm going to put some of my money for Jules in a donation.
All right. Very nice. Yeah, I'm so incredibly sorry about that. It's just like so shocking and insane.
It hasn't registered yet with me yet. Yeah.
Well, before we get into the show, I wanted to issue a kind of correction, reflection, I suppose, on last week's show.
Riding bareback is gross and dangerous. Yeah, you need protection. You need it. Hold on. I am doing something.
Last week we talked about the hearing with Anthony Fauci, and I mentioned that he pled the fifth over 140 times, and you felt that that meant he was guilty in some way, and you thought that this was a huge indicator of what a terrible person he was and that he was lying or covering something up, right?
Right.
How many times do you think Donald Trump pled the fifth in his fraud hearings in 2022 where he was found guilty of 41 felonies?
I'm sure you're going to tell me 2,000 times.
400 times.
Okay.
So if you think that Fauci pleading the fifth in his
Okay. Wear your rubbers. Yeah. Yeah. Riding a horse in general is dangerous. Look, I grew up around people who owned and rode horses, and it was never my thing. I didn't enjoy it. Also just found I've seen people thrown from horses, and it's just like I don't care to be on that grind at all. I would never ride bear anywhere over 65 degrees. I would never ride bear anywhere under 50 degrees. If you know, you know.
This hearing is evidence that he was doing something wrong and trying to cover it up. What do you think of Trump pleading the fifth 400 times in a trial that he was found guilty of multiple felonies?
I don't think anybody should do that unless I guess their attorney has told them to do that. You need to tell the truth.
Yeah, Christopher Reeves also is a reason why is the exact reason why you should never ride a horse. I remember when that happened and the footage was all over the news. Like it was just out there. So if you wanted to watch, that shit, it was there. It was wild. It was wild shit. It was sad too to see what happened. Because if you know anything about Christopher Reeve, he was pretty interesting and nice guy. From what I could tell, was a class act, theater actor. He seemed very awesome. Had no qualms with anyone. I loved Christopher Reeves. Everyone did. Don't roll your eyes at me, squeak. Don't roll your eyes at me, squeaks. Shh. Michael Schumacher bonked his head on a rock skiing, and after how many years of oh wait, and is a veggie now? Wait, Michael Schumacher? Who the fuck is Michael Schumacher? I know who Joel Schumacher is. Fauci was advised by his legal counsel to plead the fifth. This is why I'm not really into seven-time champion. Oh, skier? Oh, see, I'm not familiar with skiing. But here's the thing. The whole conversation that they're having right now does not mean anything. Greatest F1 driver? Okay. F1? Oh, okay. Okay, I see where Formula 1 racing. Okay, I see where I couldn't get the F1 because it said F exclamation point. I was like, I think that was an error. ML just said she doesn't think anyone should plead the fifth unless they were advised to, and he was. But he was wrong for doing it in ML's mind. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This correction doesn't matter because the reality is it should be a conversation of like, okay, so where's the line at? Where's the line at for you? And why is it okay for one person, just in general, to get away with pleading the fifth as many times as they had? And yes, you can sit there and say, well, he was told to plead the fifth. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure 99% of the people who are in front of any sort of jury, and if they're pleading the fifth or any in front of anyone at any hearing, I'm pretty sure they're going to be told plead the fifth. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. So that means that they all kind of get a pass, don't they? Then Mary Lou, Mom, yeah. After he retired, he wiped out skiing, hit his head on a rock, and is a veggie now. That's sad, though. That's awful, by the way. I wouldn't say ever. Also, Rand Paul skipped the full Senate vote on the contempt of Congress and skipped straight to the DOJ. Yeah, but that's the thing. These guys are all in cahoots, ML says Republicans are exceptional. That's why my morals apply to everyone except Republicans. I mean, that's the truth. I mean, that's what it is, really. They're on my team, and we know who they are, and they believe in our Lord Savior Jesus Christ. And they're not praying to some fucking litter box or whatever you liberals like to fucking do. With your tails and your butt plugs. It's that shit that that she's gonna fucking throw out there. It's all theater to distract from the latest distraction. Yeah, it always is. The hearings they're having are literally distractions. Like, that is all they are. They don't want to actually do the things they should be doing, like releasing the Epstein files, fucking stopping the war in Iran, like holding Trump accountable for that, this illegal war. Like, they don't want to do these things. Holding each other accountable for the amount of money they've been giving to fucking Israel. Acknowledging that Netanyahu is a fucking war criminal. like there are so many things they could be doing, but no, they don't do it. Why would they? When they're making money doing it? Well, that's the key. That's the key. That is the key. All the insider trading has fucking blurred the lines, and these motherfuckers are making money hand over fist without a care in the fucking world. They're sitting there just tap dancing, being like, "Whoop-a-doo! Look, I'm making a shit ton of money, guys." That's what it is. It's worse. It gets the worse it gets, the better for them. Yeah, 100%. They're making a shit ton of money off the fucking war in Iran. These guys all have investments in the fucking the military industrial complex. Like, these guys are making a shit ton of money. They're all fucking trading on oil. They're doing all that shit. Life is good to be a grifter. Yeah, 100%. Not conservatism. It's not. I'm gonna mispronounce it. Kantian golden rule ethics. It's not virtue ethics. It's not even divine command ethics. It's pure egoist ethics. Yeah. Part of me feels like Trump and TPTB are doing this much damage to the system, so there won't be enough of a system left to pursue them for their crimes. I agree. I think they put a lot of stopgaps in place that protect them and the people around them, family, and like cabinet, everything, once they get out of office or are forced out. They put a lot of things in place to do that. Part of you feels that way? No, I really do feel that way. No, you're talking about Cherish. Look, it is the truth, though. Yes, it is the truth. They are doing, that's what they've done. They put stopgaps in place. They don't want to actually investigate the COVID response because Trump fucked up most of it. So this dumb hearing is as far as they'll go because they know nothing will happen but rile up the red hats. Yeah. It's a way to radicalize them into basically going out and trying to vote in these elections when a lot of them have said publicly, like, a lot of them had said publicly, essentially, that they don't feel like there's any reason to vote in these current midterms. I've heard a couple of conservatives say they're disenfranchised, but this is how they radicalize them. They do this shit. Sorry, Joel, the eyes weren't. No, I'm messing with you, Squeaks. I'm messing with you. I kind of assumed they weren't because I was like, that's not a Squeaks move to roll their eyes at me. I'm just kidding. You probably could roll your eyes. I wouldn't care. I'd be like, yeah, it's fine. Well, if the world is on fire, what's the priority? Put the fire out or prosecute the arsonist? And he'll pardon himself anyway. He's already done it. I mean, he's already basically, they've already passed laws, I think, through the Supreme Court saying like they can't be can't be charged for any sort of crime that happened in like while they're in office, and even before they were in office. Right? They even put stopgaps in place that protect them before they were in office too. Like literally, it's like, yeah, it's basically a carte blanche to like do whatever the fuck they want.
I'm saying that the problem you had with Fauci, Trump did it way more and still was found guilty.
I knew where you were going with that.
Okay, but what is your reaction to that information?
I'm so disgusted.
Both of them should not have done that.
Okay, so another X?
World is on fire. Increase insurance policy prices. Jack the price up on food, gas, cost of living. You'll figure it out, right? You'll be able to figure it all out. Yeah, you're making less than what you probably were making, if things were okay. You've got less money in the bank, but you'll figure it out.
Oh, that's like a quarter of an X.
Okay.
See, look, this is a bullshit fucking conversation. This fucking X thing is stupid. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean to Chad and Haley, but it is bullshit. It is a fucking way to get out of having a conversation at this point.
I'll
We
take
ain't
it.
going
Whatever
to
next.
this now.
Before we get into our main topics, I do have a question today from a listener. If you'd like to send us in a question, all you have to do is record it in a one.
They'll just rebrand and distance themselves from the most recent humiliation: Nixon, Reagan, Bush, Trump. They need to be held accountable for their record, but they keep saying they got duped. Yeah, that's the funny thing is like the Democratic Party, right around the time Nixon got just fucking jettisoned, literally had so many ways to win in their hands, like, and to keep power too. And what happened is the fucking Republican Party pivoted and became the working class party, when we all know full well that it's actually the Democratic Party that was literally the working class party. But no. In the 80s, that shifted. Late 70s and 80s. Mouse is in the parking garage from his work. So he's on his way home. I'll be expected to cook in about 30 minutes or so. No, you're fine. I'll be here. I'm gonna be here for a while.
1 minute or shorter video format. Send it to the necessary conversation pod@gmail.com. Here's our question from today.
Hi, Colton family. My name's Kelly. I'm from New Hampshire. And my question is about how you all ended up reconnecting. I know you had a period of time where you weren't talking.
We're not beating the accusations that we're just grabbing the very top fucking email. Holiday, I'm with you. I fucking God. They said anything and everything and let people decide what they wanted to hear. Yeah. Fried rice with a metric ton of vegetables out of the garden. Hey, no, that sounds good. Tomorrow, I have a friend coming tomorrow, so I'm probably going to do curry. Oh my God, 1 hour into the live and y'all still on listener question? Faison, I actually ranted for a good hour. That's why we're here, but I ranted for a little bit. I did my normal intro and hangout sort of talk. This week is particularly frustrating. Chad dismisses her reset in the live, but it's so disappointing that Mary Lou's worldview is so fragile that the right-wing media can manipulate her so easily. Yes, but they're trying to keep this thing going. You know, this is such a wasted viewer question. They covered this multiple times. I know. I'm gonna try my Yellowstone question again this weekend. Do it. Curry pizza? No, I'm gonna make. I do have pizza dough resting in the fridge right now, so pizza dough will technically be ready probably Wednesday. Got a 48-hour fucking cold rise that I have to do. It's not the most friendly recipe. Curry pizza is amazing. Yeah, I have never had it, but I love curry and I like pizza. I think they go pretty good together. The episode was truly ML's greatest hits. She gave you so much content to work with. I am working on a video right now that I've already said, I was talking about this earlier, but I'm going to probably piss a good portion of the community off that is like literally, blowing smoke up Mary Lou's ass. So, and look, I'll give you a little bit more too. I included comments in the video. So yeah, I think there's going to be a couple people like my comment was included in this. I did not include their names, but I can feel deep down in my soul that I'm going to get some mean comments. In dinner ideas, we are making Philly style mushroom spaghetti squash. What do you want to eat? Or what type of stuff do you like eating? I can give you a couple things. I make a lot of look, I'm a sous vide guy. Like I like using my sous vide quite a bit. Mean comments make great content. Oh, I know. I'm excited for it because I think I kind of want to do a follow-up video if I do get a bunch where I kind of like actively answer those. I think it'd be kind of funny.
And I heard a little bit about why that occurred, but I was curious to know what sparked you all to reconnect, if it was the podcast or if there was another story behind that. I also just want to tell you all how much I love you. Haley
Makes meat affordable? Yes. So yeah, if you ever want any tips on like cooking large batches of stuff and then preserving stuff, I do a lot of cooking large like batches of things and then freezing and then reheating or even recooking back in the sous vide or finishing off on a stove. It does save us quite a bit of money in terms of like when we buy like a chuck roast. I can actually part out the chuck roast and use it for like, you know, tacos if we want to do like a roast beef or anything like that. It's always there. Hey, sous vide while being a Texan is kind of crazy. I have a grill on our back porch that I use pretty frequently. Oh, Teresa cheese pasta sounds actually pretty good. Suzanne makes stuff like that all the time. I love internet comment etiquette YouTube channel. Me too. He's one of my favorites. What sparked you all to reconnect? The motherfucking quickening bitch. Yeah. So they've answered this because the reality is the question was, well, hey, we stopped talking to our parents, and you know, I've been, you know, look, here's the if you want the real scoop, Chad has been writing about the relationship he's had with his parents. That whole fucking TV show that they were trying to push legitimately is about the relationship with their parents. He's been obsessed with this dynamic. Just had the most miserable debate with another streamer. What happened, Art? What happened? Eridus, what happened? Hammering the Durban pin cannot take MAGA sober anymore. Yeah. His parents are reactionary dogs. I agree. You're talking to someone who makes content. I make the mean video content on YouTube. What happened? But yeah, the thing is, like, these guys, like, I think Chad saw an opportunity to make a quote unquote interesting podcast where he got to have his racist mother and father say explicitly crazy shit. And that's the reason why they connected, is like, hey, we can probably make some money off this. He thought capitalism was utopia? Is he dumb? Because it's not. What the fuck? He literally thought Allende was a dictator. Wait. Okay, no. So here's the thing. Like, if you ever want to break down why capitalism is bad, you can always just point towards the fact that the majority of the fucking wealth in the world is like held amongst a small group of people. That is not a utopia. They're not giving people free fucking money. If anything, they're like, get bent, fuckers. They want to fucking siphon all the rest of the money out of their fucking pockets. I don't need to know why I'm an actual Marxist exactly. Bingo. It's dependent on poverty. Yeah. Maybe the podcast is a result of that pilot failing. It would explain Bob's cartoonish dialogue. It could. Capitalism's trickle-up economics. It fails every 10 years. Well, it does, but they pretend like it doesn't. I mean, look at what's going on right now in the market. They're actively inflating the market and pretending like the AI bubble isn't actually bursting, when they've only made $50 million on a $2.4 trillion investment. Yeah, there's something fucking wrong there. Done nothing but decline consistently. Yeah, but the stock price keeps going up. That's all they care about. Chad loses me every time he goes into astral projection. Same old recycled 1970s LSD-inspired neo-pagan counterculture nonsense. Progressive taxes were meant to recycle some of that to the bottom so it could continue to trickle up. I don't know. We need to go back to pre-Nixon, Reagan tax policies and just tax the living shit out of people making that much money. You know, that there's a reason why the uber rich were taxed the way they were, because we dealt with people like the Rockefellers and I can't remember the other fucking names because they always escape my mind. We dealt with those people and they made life for a lot of people a living fucking hell. got these $3,000 an hour CEOs out here acting like they're being cheated out of money they didn't even need. Yeah. Rothschild said thank you. Yes.
I think you're hilarious when you chime in with like little lighthearted jokes like Crunchwrap Supremacist when your dad was yelling that he was a white supremacist. I just think it's like a really funny contrast, and I enjoy those moments so much. Chad, I think
This is fucking look. I wish they would like air an actual question that is like a little bit combative. Because this like glazing thing feels weird. Yeah, the Morgans. Yeah, let them eat ramen. He also jumped to Vanderbilt's as well. Yeah, he also jumped to like 15 points within 6 minutes when I was still trying to talk about. I'm totally butchering this. He said, Alinde. So he didn't appreciate it when I said he was acting like a 5-year-old on heroin. I'll be honest with you. I personally don't like debates because I feel like there is the guise of a debate is legitimately one side is trying to win and they're going to win at any cost, right? They'll lie, they'll cheat, they'll do whatever they can to get a point across, and then have the person on the other end concede or get flustered. And when you start looking flustered, you're automatically the loser in any debate. There's never a conversation being had on why do we believe the things that we believe. I think a conversation is a much better way of communicating that stuff. You know, he also thought imperialism was when big country takes small country. I mean, that's an oversimplification of it. Yeah, Jubilee exposed how pointless 0-calorie debates are. Agreed. I'm of the mindset like anyone who makes their bread and butter on debating has literally no substance. Not even that. It's all about banks and labor concentration. Yes, it is. Here's the thing. People like that are never going to listen to you or have a constructive conversation. They won't even concede even if they're wrong. And to me, I think all those people should just be ignored. Like, you should just be like, yeah, fuck you, dude. Like, you should not be a part of my day at all. It's like why I listening to you is losing. Exactly. I thought you were saying that to me at first, and I was like, oh wait, that's Alk. Bolsheviks were right to soot everybody. Yeah. Shoot everybody. I was like, soot. I mean, they did cover them in. Oh, I don't know if they actually burned them, but yeah, to shoot everybody. Look, I'm not a person who likes the idea of violence. I know why it happened. I understand why it happens. I probably did both. Either way, Lions. Yeah. No, I laughed. I laughed when you said that because I was just like, yeah. Listening to me is sometimes losing. Yeah. The billionaires and railroad tycoons of the early 20th century at least donated and contributed to the cultural institutions, i.e., museums and theaters. Didn't they start doing that after the fact, though? Like after they started getting hit really fucking hard and they made all their fucking money? Because I believe I read that legitimately that transition with, I believe, FDR is what caused them to be like, oh, fuck. I'm a full-on Marxist-Leninist. I am too. You're preaching to the choir. But now I'm looking into council communists just because I'm seeing the limits of Marxist-Leninists. There. Look, I think with any sort of like ideology, there's always going to be a limitation, and there are things you're going to have to take it from different places to kind of help mitigate those limitations. But yeah, it's better for the government to help a poor man to make a living for his family than to help a rich man make more profit for his company. Theodore Roosevelt. Yeah, didn't Theodore Roosevelt, even though he was a conservative, I know he took a couple of socialist ideals from a few candidates that were floating around. There's also a way to not get taxed on it. That was the other thing too. My friend with the British MAGA friend ended Oh, my friendship with the British MAGA friend ended over the way they employed gish galloping, filibusters, and ad hominem to frustrate, attack, and injure. Yeah, I actively do not engage with anyone who is going to try to belittle or do any of the things that obfuscates the truth. I typically go, okay, if we're not going to have a conversation. He was a founder of the Progressive Bull Moose Party. I swear to God, I read something just the other day that said that he took a couple of he took a couple of talking points and transitioned into that type of role. When I walked away, I was characterized as the asshole. Fuck him. The way I see Martin Leninist isms has historically been something that suited. Oh, if you want to talk about party switch, there's no better example than Theodore Roosevelt. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like I believe he was literally the person who like went like, fuck it, don't want to deal with this. The way I see Martin Lenin's isms has historically been something that suited for the third world, for lack of a better term, with semi-feudal material conditions, colonialism, and just being bombed to shit. So we got to find a strategy that is suited for an already developed country the way Marx originally intended. I mean, there are people out there who do preach the idea of socialism as the next logical step. I mean, it is the in between to an extent. But is it really the thing that we need? I think that is going to be the medicine that makes it go down, like the sugar that makes the medicine go down a little bit easier. I firmly believe that we do not need any sort of elites handling any of our leadership roles at all. I still think Lenin's revolution is solid. I think so too. I think there's just people in his orbit that kind of bastardized it, and it turned into something a little different than what it was. Didn't Ted Roosevelt kill a lot of natives and their buffalo? I believe he did. I believe, but Crivens is extraordinarily knowledgeable on that. I'm, like I said, because of Theodore was a bastard. I will be very honest with you. Theodore, I think most presidents are fucking bastards. I don't think anyone that you couldn't label a bastard. Anyone who wants that type of power, you have to ask a question: why? Why do they want that power? MAGA wants to wax all nostalgic about the 50s. Fine, let's roll with the tax goes back to that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, same. I wish Lenin had been younger and healthier. Yeah. So Lenin, okay, we watched that video where it kind of went over the difference between Lenin and Marx, right? And Lenin was really pushing the idea of socialism with, the obvious elites running, the party and the political movement. I'm contentious on Stalin. I don't think it's a bad thing. Yeah, I don't like any of her presidents. Stalin outright bastardized some of the stuff, but the USSR wouldn't have survived without him either. Lenin. Am I saying it wrong? I always said it Lenin. Like Lenin. I need I'm not saying that Teddy Roosevelt was a 21st century progressive, but he was most certainly a 19th century progressive. Yeah. Now that I've learned more as an adult about them all, and I know I'm using my now glasses, but I can't help that. Like, that shit we're doing was still fucked even back then. Yeah. Lenin. Oh, that's how Trump pronounces it? Lenin. Fucking Trump, dude. Like I said, I try not to focus on Trump as a thing, because I think Trump is a fucking op at this point, and he is a distraction from the real fucking problem.
I think your weirdness is the coolest part about you. And Mary Lou, I really love, how kind-hearted you are and how much you love animals. The coolest
what is
part
she
about
saying?
you. I think it's like a really funny contrast, and I enjoy those moments so much. Chad, I think your weirdness is the coolest part about you. And Mary Lou, I really love, how kind-hearted you are and how much you love animals. And I was really sad.
Don't fucking glaze this woman. Don't do it. This woman don't care. Don't glaze her. Trotsky was right on the revolution should be international. But the fact is that Russia didn't even have light bulbs and needed to develop first. Russia was in a weird spot. And I think it was... It is surprising that they didn't outright fail right off the bat. Trump is our mask off. Yeah, 100%. By the way, do not glaze this woman. This woman does not need to be fucking glazed. All right?
And I'm sorry to hear about your friends.
You can look at Haley even being like, why? Wait, he was called weird? Hold on, let's go back.
When your dad was yelling that he was a white supremacist, I just think it's like a really funny contrast, and I enjoy those moments so much. Chad, I think your weirdness is the coolest part about you.
Oh. Germany losing its own revolution was a nail in the coffin. Well... I mean, yeah, it needed to be lost though. But look at Mary; she's so happy to hear all the nice things, so easily manipulated. How many times do they need to answer this? They've talked about this, talked about it in the show, been asked on lives. This is a thing. Yeah, the streamer guy also thought the Nazis were socialists. Yeah, he's a fucking moron. I love how they use that whole thing like, oh yeah, the Nazis called themselves socialists. That is such a fucking... They did that on purpose. That was a way to fucking just make their party not look nearly as fucking evil as it is. They were fucking fascist. They literally used that as a way, I think, of just skirting the actual issue. Musk just reposted that dumb shit too. Yeah, they were never fucking socialist. I wonder what Goebbels had to say about that specific thing. I bet he was like, if we're pulling the wool over all their fucking eyes, then fucking great. I bet they were all in a meeting being like, yeah, fucking good. Let's do it. Let's run with it. Let's hide behind this fucking lie, this label. Social Democrats in Germany, fuck them before World War I. Yeah.
You and
Teddy Roosevelt was a progressive in the same way Wollstonecraft was a first wave feminist. That is a name that I've never heard, but I'm gonna add it to my research list. I'm gonna add it to my list.
Leo, I really love, how kind-hearted you are and how much you love animals. And I was really saddened and sorry to hear about your friend. So I hope you're finding comfort. I know this is probably a tough time for you, but you're really loved and admired, at least by me. So appreciate you all. Thanks so much.
First of all, I am not weird at all.
Oh,
Second,
okay.
The question was, I thought that those little comments would be nice for each of you to hear. Some praise, Mom, you're getting some support. But the question was, how did we reconnect and start this podcast? If you want to hear the first episode, you can.
I say fucking own being weird. I say own it. Yeah, fuck it. I'm weird. Nice. Yeah, I fucking like weird shit. Cool. I'm cool with that. You can call me weird. I don't give a fuck. The Nazis aren't socialists. Imagine my surprise. Chad's eyes are still bugging about the weirdness comment. Yeah, I look. I'll be honest with you. There are certain things I think if you've been called that before in the past or anything, sometimes that is it hits a nerve. You know, I'm weird. Look. I've been told not to say I'm weird because it is a go-to for me to describe like the differences in who I am as a person. The reality is I am just a human being, you know? The guy who invented the word privatization weren't socialist. Whoa, man. That's sarcasm? Wait. Chad is bugging every time, and there's no problem with that. No, there's not a problem with that at all.
Can do that. It's audio. The first, I don't know how many episodes, maybe like 90 or something, are all audio only. Then we started
Yeah, the Nazis abandoned any socialist policies within the month of taking a power. Right, and I think that was by design. They used it as a way to uh, basically start this revolution, and then they were like, now that we're in power, fuck it, we ball. Weird versus normal. Do you want to be normal? That's a valid question. I think I would like to be weird. I don't know. I think people who are different, who have, who are not part of the, like the people who don't take on the personality traits of the people around them are some of my favorite people to be around. The same way Trump abandoned any Republican policies minutes into his second term. Yeah. I mean, not even minutes. He was doing it before he was in office. Epstein was a capitalist. You are all a bunch of weirdos, is what I said, instead of I love you all. Weird versus normal is in group versus out group. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've never shied away from talking about it, but I worked for a company for over a decade and was an executive, and I did not fit in. I was different. I enjoyed none of the shit that they enjoyed. Didn't they invited me to like Super Bowl parties and shit, and I was just like I'll go, but I don't give a fuck about football. I don't give a fuck about golf. I don't give a fuck about any. I'll play golf, by the way, but and I actually kind of enjoy playing golf, but I don't give a shit about like who's playing in the Masters or any of that shit. Baseball, I don't fucking give a shit about any of that shit. Drinking, I don't fucking care. I just want to play Magic, watch a bunch of horror movies, and fucking fuck, I don't know. Chad ignores that his astral projection qualifies him as weird. To me, I also feel like that is I don't know, that's a cope. It's a fucking cope thing. Because it is kind of weird, but look, it is what it is. I've never fit in socially in my entire life, so I've never felt pressure to conform. I developed my own personality and mind without any group think crutches. I was forced to develop into a it's tough to talk about because I wanted to be friends with people. I wanted to be, in group. I wanted to be around people, and I learned quickly as a child, especially getting into middle school into high school. I was too poor. I had parents who were neglectful. And on top of that, being isolated from your peer group too, in terms of like not being able to have any sort of social connection outside of a group. Yeah, I was destined to be like, I got to figure out what makes me me, and that's what it turned into. Was like literally this gauntlet of like trying to fit in with a group of people and realizing I am not these people. You probably picked up astral projection at Burning Man. Do you think he's been to Burning Man, by the way? Oh, and yeah, I'm an artist. I've never shown off my art on stream before. I was talking to someone yesterday about it. I have a bunch of stuff that I did for the last gallery sort of thing that I did. They're all framed downstairs. There's certain things I can't show on stream. I can show it on YouTube. I can't show it on Twitch. But yeah,
started doing video. Then we upgraded the video at a certain point. But you can go back and listen to all those. They're all still
maybe
up.
the working
First
class
episode was
deserves
just me and
misery.
Elon talking
I think
about your childhood, how you.
I think to an extent, yes. To an extent, no. I think the people who vote for this type of policy and who are not going to try and educate themselves, they should live in that world. For people like us who don't want to live in it, we shouldn't have to live in it. I don't want to have to drag those people kicking and screaming. Fuck them. Human nervous systems are designed to work in groups. It's a tough deal. It is, especially, I think my biggest like issue just as I was getting older, was I did not have that social development that normal children have, normal teenagers have. And we were, we lived like 20 miles away from the school. So, and we were not supposed to be going to that school when I was in elementary school. So yeah, I didn't have any friends nearby. The kids down the street, we were not allowed to play with them. It was a fucked thing. It was a fucked thing. Got into middle school, and I finally lived in a neighborhood where, I could actually go down the street to my friend's house, and then my parents, my mom decided she didn't want to work anymore. And so we had to sell the house. And then we lived in a 3-bedroom apartment, and we could never have anyone over at that point because there was six or seven people living in a 2-bedroom. It was a 2-bedroom at first, and it turned into a 3-bedroom apartment. And we couldn't have people over because just the state of the home that we lived in. Yeah, and it continued into literally being 18, 19, like that progress of just being isolated, and you only talk to people when you were at school, and even then, because you're awkward and you don't know how to interact with people, you just are weird to them, and it is what it is, But I got over it. I knew what mask to wear depending on where I was. The same as adults. Co-regulation is a thing, but we do have streams like this. Yeah. I mean, and this is what this is here for. We're here to kind of hang out, talk. No one is, here trying to like dictate how you should feel about certain things. If I don't know something, I'm also going to admit that I don't know those things. I understand that I'm a fallible human being and I don't know everything. And pretending to know everything is not good. So I just want to be around people who are like, hey, yeah, love you, fellow weirdos. Off to the store and to make pita for the trip. Nice. Probably jump back on later. Yeah, we'll be here. Apparently, Iran said the strait will be closed until 2029 unless Trump accepts their terms. Century of humiliation. Yeah, I mean, Trump is in a lose-lose situation. What does he do? Oh, you're gonna go ahead and fucking nuke Iran? Okay. You're gonna work through Israel to do that? Okay. You just look. Israel and the U.S. look like fucking giant pieces of shit right now. I kind of want the strait to be closed so that Trump is exposed, but it's hurting myself. It's hurting everybody. I had to ship something today, and the shipping cost to Hawaii, of all places, was literally $8.40. I was like, what the fuck is happening right here? I've never paid for shipping, ground advantage shipping on a 2-ounce item. I've never paid that fucking much, even if it went outside of like mainland US. It was crazy, but it's like literally fucking everybody. Are you winning it? Not at all. We're not winning. I probably should have been bully, but I was lucky and knew how to fit in just well enough. Yeah. I learned how to play the game my last, I think, year of high school. Ben, thank you so much, by the way, for the gift. I appreciate that. I learned right at the end how to play the game. Spouse ETA 5 minutes. You better get to cooking right now. Cherish, you're gonna get it.
You grew up and what your kind of political leanings were throughout your life. But that is the episode that kind of kicked this off. And the idea, it really came when we were about 2 years out, I believe, from the 2024 election, right? We started this in 2022, I think, halfway through Biden's term. I just felt like we weren't talking. I knew you and Dad were getting older. We all know what that means. Now we're experiencing a little bit of that with Dad and all of his medical stuff. And I just didn't want to go out like that with our family not talking to each other. And I had been doing a lot of podcasts at the time. I really liked it as an art form. And I had in my head a version of a podcast that I could do with you guys, with our family. And so we just did one, and then we did 2, and then we did 3, and we just kept going. And that's really how it started.
Yes, and I got the call. I was standing in the kitchen from Chad.
Any new topics in this episode, or is it the same kind of deal? Apparently, Mary Lou has a fucking... I don't know. Mary Lou is apparently a giant piece of shit in this one, from what I've heard. But I'm going to just make a prediction that it is going to be the same 5 fucking topics, 6 topics, maybe with one new topic thrown in, and ML is just going to be like, "Oh, it's another X," or, "Well, you understand why he's doing it." You know that. Why make amends with fascists? We shouldn't. I mean, I personally think that you reap what you sow, especially Trump and Israel, and let them fucking deal with the fucking fallout.
And Chad, what do you think? You think we can do this? You think we can talk once a week on politics? I just go, well, if you give me topics ahead of time, yes, maybe. And in the back of my brain, I was thinking, yeah, I can do this for a couple weeks. Not a problem.
I said,
sure. I made
Blender, or Luke, I should just make a video where it is literally the under the guise of a bingo card, and basically every time she says something or does a Mary Louism, we just do a giant stamp on that fucking bingo card. We just have it up at all times. Or maybe I just film myself hitting like watching a episode in its entirety and just fucking me just stamping a fucking bingo card. I disagree with abortion except when it saves the life of the mother or the child. Well, first of all, one of those is not abortion. That is just giving birth to a child.
a commitment. I can do it for a couple weeks, I think. Yeah, might be okay. Yeah.
But it was not that lighthearted, let's be honest.
It won't be a safe
there
drinking
was
game,
animosity, and there was I remember several phone calls from me to you to break ice as hey,
exactly.
We can't not talk. I don't even know what's going on with you guys at this point. It was not a lighthearted, let's see if we can podcast.
Well,
oh God, I agree with abortion. I'm making a smoothie out of that baby. Oh my God. That's Look, I was born in the 80s, so I got to hear all the Blender jokes. I got to hear them all. Was your day since the last MLism? Yeah. And then fill up the entire bingo card. Okay, I would have to pre-watch, and it would have to be a joke, but it would literally be just every single fucking thing that happens in the episode. Just be like, yeah.
In the beginning, it was like, sure, I'll give it a try. But then once we got in
she did misinterpret
and
it,
it got heated, there were days I was ready to not come back.
Okay, well, I remember the beginning of it quite differently, I think. I distinctly remember reaching out to you.
Garbage Pail Kid days. You have I ever talked about it? I'm a massive Garbage Pail Kid fan, especially the original series. I used to have a full OS1 set until when I sent something in to PSA to get graded, because I just wanted them for my own personal collection to hang up. I didn't care what the grades were. I just wanted them sealed. And yeah, I had to send it back into PSA, and then they lost it, and it was my atom bomb. It was my prized piece too. Yeah, I was upset for a good month and a half. I got reminded of some tweet. My cat hat had his paws on my cojones, and I'm scared he'll put his claws out. I've got a cat, and she is an indiscriminate sort of grabber. So if she's on your lap and she's hovering over your junk, you've got to move her hand, no matter what, because she will grab it.
Because historically, that's what I've had to do. If there's a time where we're not talking or you're mad at us for some reason, I have to break the fucking ice. And that is what transpired. And then Chad was like, oh, I got this podcast shit. Should we do it? It wasn't it was not like that. It was not a sugar-coated, let's do a podcast, guys.
Well, to me, it was I'll give it a try. And
Everyone
I'm
needs to
loyal.
know
And
that.
once I committed, then Dad and I committed.
Some video of somebody making putty that looked like flesh, with veins and whatnot. So it looked like literal viscera. And someone quote tweeted, coming out of Planned Parenthood and tossing this to abortion protesters. Damn. So there's a couple of people who are making the weird sort of cryptic or cryptid videos where they're basically talking about homunculuses and stuff like that. I've seen a few of those. Some of those are actually AI, I found out. But anything that looks like that is typically coming out of that homunculus sort of pipeline, which is so weird. I didn't know that was a fucking thing until like about a year and a half ago. Did your cat used to put her claws under doors? Mine used to, and every time I would try to play, he would put his claws out. Our cat used to, we had to put a runner underneath the door because she would grab the door and then shake the door to get us to wake up in the like 4 o'clock in the morning. So we had to put something up to prevent her from doing that. Never hear the word homunculus. I just think of Smiling Friends now. I've never watched it. I heard it's pretty good though. Call Reckless Men to get your Garbage Pail Kids back. Not worth it. No, it's with 300 and something. It was probably more closer to $500, but it's like a $300 card at the time.
Committed, it was a yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I mean, look,
at some point in time, I'll take some of the earnings I get from the channel and I'll just rebuy it. It's fucking like, that's where I'm at right now. I'm like, fine.
Everybody feel free to weigh in on this. Go listen to those episodes, see what you think.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have like 100% clear memory of all of this. I do remember.
I don't think the beginning of the podcasting was bad, but it started when we got heated. I mean, it was like I've told people, I felt like I ran a race or something. My heart would be beating when we get done. I'd have to go see Shiny. There were some things that we said to each other on there I didn't like, and it was hard.
Yeah, but that's why I put the title on this thing, The Necessary Conversation. It didn't say the easy conversation or the fun conversation.
They become easy conversations lately.
It's that this conversation needs to happen, not just in our...
Homunculi reminds me of the Small Profit series from Mackenzie Crook. So good. I'll have to check it out.
Family. Like in the whole fucking country. There is a rift in the country.
They've covered this way too
in
much.
Our family, that it was just like we were the microcosm for the same thing happening, whether it's somebody in your family or not, or just like the notion that like anybody on the other side of the line does not even deserve to be acknowledged. That is a problem. And I think it's like at the root kind of core of the division in this country. So at any rate, I hope that answered your question. Thank you so much for sending it in. And again, if anybody else out there has a question, email a 1 minute or shorter video clip to thenecessaryconversationpod@gmail.com. Now we begin. Our first topic is Toddie Blanchie. Early Saturday, the Senate confirmed Toddie Blanchie by a 50-49 vote as the new permanent attorney general. Blanchie was, of course, Trump's personal criminal defense lawyer.
Why so the conflict of interest is obvious.
Back in April, when Trump fired Pam Bondi as attorney general, he claimed that Toddie Blanchie was only an interim replacement for the job, but this was one more lie from Trump. There was some question as to whether he could get enough Republican votes to secure the confirmation, but the deciding vote came from Louisiana Republican Bill Cassidy after Toddie Blanchie was pushed. I can't keep saying it. It's like a tongue twister. After Toddie Blanchie was pushed to end the controversial $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund in writing, but ending the fund is meaningless in the face of some larger actions Toddie Blanchie has already taken as Attorney General, including withholding over 3 million documents from release in the Epstein Transparency Act, seemingly.
Now I'm just, it's a whole, I know, it's bad. It's not even a good bit. It's not even funny. Bits are supposed to be funny. Not even funny. Not even fucking funny. I don't know. Just looked it up. I recognize that guy. He's from The Office UK and Pirates of the Caribbean. Also, Michael Palin. Who are we talking about? Mackenzie Crook? Email just trying to stop Chad's freedom of speech. Un-American. I'm trying to stop it. Fuck. I'm trying to stop it. It's bad. I don't like it.
Purposeful doxing of Epstein victims, including their names, addresses, and in some cases nude photos, and negotiating the second half of the anti-weaponization fund policy that made Trump and his family immune from paying taxes or being...
Her performative masturbation. Okay. Yeah, about nicknames is so hypocritical. Yeah, she fucking called Michelle Obama Big Mike for so fucking long. Hey, everything going okay? How are your eyes? I love you. Are you okay? Okay. ML don't give a shit. No, she doesn't give a shit. Same person said, comrade Kamala lies. Yeah. Same one who also said, like, no, Kamala is going to get us into a war with Iran. The same shit. She's a fucking hypocrite. It's fine. We know this. This isn't news. This isn't news at all. Not news.
Being audited. Mom, Trump told you that Toddie Blanchie was just an interim attorney general. Do you feel like he lied to you?
not? Can we not do this? I've never felt stupid names for political figures was mature, but she's just as guilty as he is. I know. But here's the thing. I think that is just part of their internal sort of like family sort of like I don't know, like the way they operate. Like poke fun at people. Let's do dumb shit like that. Chad's pushing buttons. I know. He's pushing my buttons. All right. I am feeling attacked right now. I don't like it. I don't.
I always like to hang around with losers.
The International Scourge that was the trendy Aqua Street gang. Wait. I have.
Okay, his name is not Toddy Blanchy for starters. I do.
Is that how you say it, Blanchy?
No,
Blanchy.
I thought it was just Blanche.
Blanche.
It's Turd Blanche.
Okay, that is when you know a joke is not funny. Is if someone has to ask the question, is that how you pronounce it? I am here to troll leftists and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. It's ironic if you're trolling leftists and you're using "they live." That is extraordinarily ironic. Not gonna lie, Turd Blanche does tickle me. That's funnier. That's funnier. They're doing it to annoy her, and she's playing. I know. This is a bit at this point, you know. What's the beef with Toddy Blanchy?
It's Todd Blanche.
Turd
Blanche.
Blanche.
You guys are
Turd
terrible.
Blanche.
You guys are terrible.
We're terrible. You and Dad throughout this entire podcast have called every Democrat some kind of name. Horseface, Sleepy Joe, blah, 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 blah. Now I'm just mispronouncing a guy's name in a way that I find funny because it's gibberish.
On purpose.
Turd Blanche.
Yeah, on purpose. That's right. That's how talking.
I mean, she did it on purpose too. I mean, I don't know. There's this, what is it, the concept of like two wrongs don't make a right? Kind of feels like one of those times. Like,
Did you hear the audio and see that he wants to on a federal level ban abortion?
Turd Blank is funnier too.
But
yeah, leaked audio.
Sure.
Okay,
banning fucking abortion. What happened to leaving it to the states, Turd Blanche?
Okay, I do remember
Turd Blanche.
when he first was instated, or whatever it's called, and Trump, and I told you guys he'll just be there a short time till they find the real person.
Trump
Okay,
said that
so
too.
yeah, that was a lie. Because I did believe that. I believed it.
Of course.
That's what he
Wait,
said.
was Chad saying turd? And I'm just was not hearing it?
Okay.
Right.
So one more X?
I hope he will enforce the law correctly. Now we know he has
already isn't.
Okay, who's not? Okay,
We know he
good.
has
He's withholding Epstein files.
I was like, okay, Haley made it funny then. All right, cool.
Go to directly to prison. Do not collect. Go to
Okay.
prison. Turd
What
Blanche
he's-
to jail.
What I'm trying to say is, I know he has not
Toddy
done right with
Blanchett,
Epstein
that's right.
files. I'm hoping going forward he will enforce the law correctly and not
Why
do it.
would he?
He's like his
Why?
fucking lawyer.
He's his personal
He's his
criminal
personal
defense
fucking
attorney.
Lawyer.
I guess I still have faith that he might do the right thing.
You don't. This
What
is
gives you that
bullshit.
faith? What gives you that
Hey,
faith?
Ink, thanks for the follow over on
Our
Twitch.
United States government.
What?
Mom,
What?
Trump has taken his personal criminal defense attorney and put him at the top of the DOJ,
Right.
specifically so that he can hide his crimes, his involvement in the Epstein files. That's one of the biggest ones. But he has now got, I'll pronounce it like Haley is, Turd Blanche. He has gotten Turd to make him a
I'm not gonna quote the George Michael song or the Limp Bizkit cover. Ugh. Yeah. Do we have to have faith in Blanche? I don't think so. Mary Lou's wrong on this one. I think I'll be very honest with you. We should not elect people who have represented a president to work for the president in a government capacity. There's not even you can't agree to disagree on any of this shit. That is just the truth. No, not a good idea. Mary Lou is wrong. That could never happen. No, she's always right. She's always been right, you know? Always been right. Day one, that bitch has been right. And she knows it. That's why she's the way she is. She's just right.
Immune from any kind of tax audit, and his entire family also. So he doesn't have to pay any of these back taxes, which he owes millions of dollars in. That's erased. He also is protecting him in the fucking Epstein files by withholding half of all of those files. And if what they released is not the bad part, and Trump was already in them more than anybody else.
Here, I'm gonna point this out. Mary Lou is taking the psychic damage, and she's putting on the fucking the shield right now. Just look at these eyes.
Erased. He also is protecting him in the fucking Epstein files by withholding half.
Mentioning the Epstein files does this
of all of those files. And if what they released is not the bad part,
blinking
and Trump
away.
was already in them more than anybody else, what do you think's in that other half?
They just need to tell her you've been completely wrong, and your faith about things, about so many things, are just starting to doubt your faith. Yeah, look. Here's the thing: they just need to tell her, like, "Hey, mom," like, and I'm of the mindset, like, right now we're at a point where this is a shit or get off the pot sort of scenario. But they need to like take the biting sort of like anger and fiery damnation sort of speech. Yeah, it's the 2v1 and she's on the wrong side of history. They need to take the fiery fucking brimstone fucking speech that they're throwing at her, and they need to put it to the fucking side and go, "Hey mom, let's have a real fucking talk, okay?" Because she's being attacked and she's doing this thing of like, "No, I'm gonna hold my ground because I love him and I want to smell his stinky fucking diaper ass. I want to get close to Trump. Maybe he'll invite me one day when he sees how much I'm fucking glazing him." ML's giving Bob listening to Parker talks fast. Yeah. +1 on government honor system. The good things Trump has done is expose just how much of an honor system our government operates on, or more of a gentleman's agreement to not steal so much. It's a daily problem worldwide. Yeah, rules need to change. 100%. 100% agree.
Right. I know. I don't like that part at all. I know
he
that.
also like refused to meet with the Epstein survivors. You remember all that?
Yeah.
And he gave them like, 15, 20 minutes.
Someday those diapers are going to be presidential memorabilia. They're going to have to fucking figure out a way to get them to... Do you freeze dry them? Like, how do you get the fucking, like, smell out of it? They belong in a museum? They belong in the Trump fucking presidential library. That's where you need to fucking put them up at. And everyone who walks in to visit has to fucking dig their fucking face directly in it. Get that fucking shit on the end of their nose. No, don't bronze them. Vinegar? Oh. Yeah, refuses to meet with Epstein survivors, but flew out to have a chat with Ghislaine. I'm not going to call her Ghislaine. It's Ghislaine. He's a fucking bitch, too. Bronze him in 14 karat. ML's blinking eyes could power one of those windmills Trump hates. The ones that give everyone cancer. Yeah. Here's the thing. If you think about that whole meeting, you have to make the assumption at that point that he is trying to go in and ask if she's got any dirt or if she's going to expose anything on Trump. That is what it is. What do they think they use for Trump cologne? Sounds like we need to like Thomas Massey in 2028. He's not as bad as Trump, but I wouldn't. Ay. Wait, there's a reason she has a puppy right now? Wait. Oh, you're talking about Ghislaine. Ghislaine, yeah. His cologne. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and she's also in a lower security prison as well. So, there's that.
Of like bullshit where he wasn't acknowledging them, looking at them. Like, he's a piece of shit.
Like I said, I hope he does the right thing going forward. If not,
he's not doing the right thing now.
Like, why do you think that is even possible?
I like the phrasing. Maybe he'll do something better, or like he'll do better going forward. It's like, why wasn't he doing better before this? Like, why is it now that he's got this role, he's got to do better? such a weird fucking a way of phrasing it and a way of thinking of applying logic. Like it doesn't make sense to me why you'd be like, yeah, he's gonna start doing better now. Like, yeah, now he's in the fucking role, he's gonna do better now. It's like, what the fuck are you on? Are you high? Be willing to pardon Jizzy if she sold out Trump and everybody else? I'm not sure personally. At this point, I would, if you asked me, I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. And then the moment she walks out of prison, find some other way to put her right back in there for something completely fucking different. Let her walk out for a day and then pick her ass up as she's about to get on a goddamn plane. Thomas Massey is MIT graduate and has gets zero APAC money. He's practically DSA, but not R-worded. Bunny sticks, thank you. For the lurk. Yeah, I mean, he's not getting APAC money, which is fan-fucking-tastic, right? Thomas Massey does not espouse the same sort of bullshittery the Republican Party is kind of on right now. But he is still in that category of voting 90% of the time with the Republican Party, I believe. The only thing he's really deviated from is legitimately just the Epstein files and the aid in Israel. People in the chat can also correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I believe those are the two big things. He's just not sided with, the conservative or GOP or the MAGA Republican Party at this point. Trump using Blanche as a threat, the $2 billion slush fund. So even the orange gimp knows he's bad. Yeah. No pardon for Ghislaine, but maybe reduce time for good behavior if she turns state evidence. I wouldn't look, like I said, I would just be like, there's other shit she's got in her fucking realm that you can get her on. Find it and then let her out and then pick her fucking right back up. I've said it before, this show is like Lucy showing Charlie Brown the football. Yeah, and then having them believe this is the time he'll finally get to kick it. I mean, to be fair, Charles Schultz did end it with Charlie getting to kick the football, so it just took 60 years. Massey seems anti-Trump as a strategy more than anything long-term good. I also believe that as well. Can we call her Jizmax? Or is that too insensitive to their victims? I waffle on that. I waffle on that. I think she should be ridiculed. At the same time, if someone's offended by that, I can, I guess, understand. I don't know. He's practically DSA, but not a Trisami. Their automata fixed my comment. I think the Democratic Socialist Party is doing a good thing at the moment. Thomas Massey is a conservative, or even just a quote-unquote libertarian at this point. I believe he's called himself a libertarian. I don't think he is ever going to espouse any sort of DSA policies. Like, he's not going to be a socialist in any way. I don't know. Massey is simply a Republican conservative that is willing to completely abandon his morals for Trump. But yeah, and also Trump also backed Massey when he was first running too. So like it was a point in time where Massey was like, yeah, I'll take his fucking endorsement. It seems DSA like. Yeah, I mean, he would. And I'm happy he would be on board with that. The problem is you have to convince the majority of both sides to actually defund Israel entirely. If anything, I'll be honest with you. Like, look, I've enjoyed some of the stuff that Thomas Massey has said in some of the hearings when it came to the Epstein files, but he still votes with them. more often than not. Trump demands complete loyalty, and Massey simply won't go quite that far. He's not DSA at all. He's not. No. The only thing that Massey even remotely agrees with Israel on is legitimately, or not, sorry, Israel. DSA on is Israel. That's it. And maybe the Epstein files. I believe a few of the Democratic Socialists have talked about that. Is the USA Democratic Socialism movement actually making steps recently? Yeah, they have been. You got to look at Abdul El Sayed beating Haley Stevens, Mamdani. There's been a few people, I think, in a few of the different races, I can't remember off the top of my head, who are also part of that. What's her face? Oh, God, I can't remember what state. Is Suzanne barking? No, that is that is Finley. Finley is barking. That is the high-pitched squeal of a corgi. But yeah, they've made some movements. I'll have to get all the names of the people who've won their primaries, who are part of the DSA.
Like I said, I got hope.
Why though?
Yeah, what is this great hope
our
in
government
a failed
can't be-
government?
That our government can't be this bad.
It is.
It is. Look at the track record. Look at what this guy has
If
already done.
DSA
He
means
tried
won't
to
sell out their
defend Trump
ethics,
in his
then
criminal
sure he is
trials,
DSA.
right?
Yeah.
So he's already trying to get Trump off of crimes that he was found guilty for.
But
We
he
know
is
that.
no longer his attorney.
Yes, he fucking is. That's what you're not getting. Just because his title changed doesn't mean his loyalties did. He will do anything Trump says. And right now Trump is saying, get rid of my tax audits and make it so I never have to pay taxes again. Every other American, pay taxes forever. If they get audited, fuck them. Throw them in jail. Not me, not my family. Make that happen, Turdy Blanchy. So he does.
I pulled those up just so you guys could see it. Malott Kiros, Donovan McKinney, okay, I can say this one. Daria Liza, Claire Valdez, Christopher Rabb, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah. So, yeah, we've had some pretty. I wouldn't say we. I like what is happening on that front, and I'm happy there's people out there trying to fight against AIPAC money and corporate donations and lobbyists. I'm all for it. No longer his attorney. Well, he's kind of acting like his attorney.
All of the government officials are supposed to work for us. They're supposed to work for the people, to adhere to the Constitution and like all of the laws that have governed us for years and years. All of the people that Donald Trump
Just not as an attorney, it's not attorney in name only. It's just literally attorney without the title of attorney. He's like doing all of his fucking dirty work for him too.
has lined up adhere to none of that. They just follow him blindly because they're all getting paid to do it.
And they're all now criminally implicated. When this regime changes, he's going to grant pardons to everybody, obviously, on his way out the door. That will be like preemptive pardons, like Joe Biden did for his kids and stuff.
Mhm.
So they'll all be immune to some degree from all of this, I feel like. And when that happens, will that change your mind at all? When he grants full pardons to everybody in his cabinet for all criminal wrongdoing?
Uh-huh.
Yes, that would change my mind.
Okay, that will happen, 100%. Because
Even for ML, it's a bad take. Yeah. She doesn't care. Look, I'm of the opinion she's going to say anything to get out of the conversation because she knows she's wrong, and she's gonna conflate the issue. She's just gonna be like, well, no, he hasn't done anything bad. You can do her fucking like hemming and hawing thing.
Because they all have committed massive crimes, and they're aware of that, and they're covering it up. That's what Turdy Blanchy's doing.
Okay, and you don't think he's going to disagree with Trump on anything?
Fuck no. Has he so far?
He's his lawyer.
I think he will. If it gets bad, I think if something gets bad, he will.
No, because they're in too deep. They are all involved in a giant criminal conspiracy, the likes of which this country has never seen.
Like she took a fall down some stairs at some point in time in her life and just lost the ability to fucking make any sort of coherent fucking connection. Like, oh yeah. Yeah. He's not. He's been doing it the entire goddamn fucking time. All right.
The top level of United
So
States
silly.
government. They all know that. So if they give an inch, if they have a change of heart, oh fuck, we're doing something bad, I should come clean. Too late, motherfucker. If you do that, you're going to jail for life. His only option now is to do whatever Trump says forever and hope that Trump will give him that pardon when they all leave office. That's his only option.
Well, look what happened with the pool and Janine
The pool.
What's her last name?
Hero.
Trump and Janine got into it. A little spat there.
My old man told me the other day that RFK Jr. is a decent guy because he was on Corolla's podcast. No one on Corolla's podcast is a decent who has been on Corolla's podcast is a decent fucking person. Hell, I'll even extend it to fucking Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew is a fucking not cool individual either. Fuck that guy. Scares me that he's that fucking You know, Adam Carolla used as a guide on like telling someone who's a good person, who's not, is weird. Because Adam Carolla's a fucking dipshit idiot.
over the reflecting pool.
Right,
And
but the
she's
reflecting
still there.
pool,
She's still there.
yes, but that is not the Epstein
I'll be
files.
right back.
The reflecting
no,
pool
no.
is Trump is lying about how somebody took a box cutter to the bottom of the lining or whatever, and he spent money, whatever. That's just like lies and ineptitude. The Epstein files is Trump is raping children.
Well, it's bigger. I know the Epstein files is huge compared to the reflecting pool, but what I'm saying is he disagreed with her and nothing's happened there.
Correct, but like I'm saying, that's not a criminal conspiracy. The Epstein files are, and Turdy Blanchy has hidden them. He has doxed the victims. He has committed crimes himself. He's doing it now as the head of the DOJ by not releasing those files. That is a law that Trump signed. All Epstein files must be released.
I know.
He's not doing it. He's committing crimes.
Let's see going forward what's going to happen here. But like I said, I don't like.
You're saying going forward. It's happening now. You're seeing it happen. There is no future to be like, well, let's see what they're going to do. They're doing it now.
Well,
Turdy Blanchy.
How many times do you? Let's see what happens. I think I've heard that at least 173 times on this show. So like, how many times do you just like, let's see what happens, and then you see what happens. So like, now what? Now what? Like he didn't end the war in Iran. They did not release the Epstein files. Pete Hespeth is still has his position. Like all these things, you're like, we'll just see. You have already seen him. So like, now what? So now what?
Blondie lose.
That has nothing to do with this.
Because she wouldn't do what he wanted. She had a bad Senate hearing where she was like, fuck you, I'm not saying anything. And he was like, I can't have this. I need somebody who can cover this shit up slickly and not draw attention. That's why he fired her. All right, well, let's move on to something that has happened. Okay?
Yes.
So this is not a wait and see what happens. This has happened. This week, a new court filing revealed that Trump has given about $100 billion in tariff refunds to giant corporations. Apple is getting $2.2 billion, Ford $1.3 billion, Amazon $600 million. Other large recipients include Walmart, GM, and UPS. The tariffs, however, did not hurt these businesses at all because their increased costs were passed on to shoppers through higher prices. You with us, Mom?
I'm looking at a note. Go ahead. I hear you.
Okay. Businesses, not shoppers, are getting this money. And most companies are not lowering prices now that they're getting money back. A bunch of these CEOs of these companies, all of whom have bonuses based on the financial performance of their companies, were major Trump supporters and campaign contributors. Mom, back in 2025, Trump promised that every U.S. citizen was going to get a $2,000 check paid for by his tariffs. Have you gotten your $2,000 check yet?
You know what? I have not, but I keep getting text messages about it.
Yeah,
and I'm not
those are
kidding.
lies.
I
Those
know.
are lies.
I get text messages about it.
So why do you think it's okay that these billionaires and giant corporations are getting huge payouts before you see that $2,000 check he promised you?
This is what I was looking at my notes. Trump didn't decide this. The Supreme Court did because they ruled that those tariffs were unlawful, which we know that. And who had to be paid?
Hey, look, I'm back.
They had to give the money back. They had to give the money back to the importers that paid the customs, and that's what they're doing.
Empty chairs
So
sending me.
yeah, we as consumers got.
All right. Let me go back just a little bit. Sorry, I had to run downstairs and grab something. Molly Prince texted me to come pick up my 2K tariff. Oh, God.
This is what I was looking at my notes. Trump didn't decide this. The Supreme Court did.
Why do you think it's okay that these billionaires and giant corporations are getting huge payouts before you see that $2,000 check he promised you?
This is what I was looking at my notes. Trump didn't decide this. The Supreme Court did because they ruled that those tariffs were unlawful, which we know that. And who had to be paid? They had to.
Haley's not saying much this episode. Yeah. I got a message from from a Nigerian prince. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, if I was Haley, I would. I don't know. I feel like sometimes you just gotta let her talk and let her just say the dumb shit she's gonna say. Not Haley, but Mary Lou. Might be based on state and her last name. Okay. Haley feels checked out, but she's apparently doing 20-hour days. I mean, yeah, I could imagine only getting 4 hours of sleep. You've got to fucking your brain is mush.
To give the money back. They had to give the money back to the importers that paid the customs, and that's what they're doing. So yeah, we as consumers got screwed over. You are right. We got screwed.
It's not just that we got screwed over, it's that this is the plan. The plan is to take as much tax money from the general American public as they can and give it to the richest people in the world. I just watched a thing this morning about the current economy is what they call K-shaped, meaning the lines in our economy, one is going up, one is going down. Rich people are getting richer, poor people are getting...
She fucking is drawing it fucking in the air like this, huh? Like that. Okay. This is what your dad likes me to do to him. All right. What is there for Haley to say? She probably wants to shake her mother and ask her, how dumb can you be? I agree. Prime ML would yell out of pocket stuff to distract you. Now she's simply AI overview. Yeah, she's simply AI overview. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, Mary Lou does not have Bob there as the fucking backup to the yelling, and so now she has to look demure and poised or like have some poise on the podcast, because if she looks crazy, then everyone's like, see, she's a crazy fucking bitch.
Getting poorer. How does that happen? Through taxes. Whatever form that may take. If it's a like straight actual tax on your paycheck, or if it's through tariffs,
in the big,
that means the rich people are taking money
August
from the poor
2026,
people.
yeah.
That is Trump's entire methodology.
Yeah, the K-shape is gonna get even larger over the next couple of months. The importing companies got a double dip. They paid the tariffs, then got refunded when they passed those costs on, then got refunded again when the tariffs were deemed illegal. None of that money came back to the consumer at fucking all. ML doesn't have the makings of a varsity athlete. Revolt time? You said it, not me, Craig.
And it is working. We're seeing it in real time. Nobody's getting that $2,000 check. And even
fascism is corporatism. Benito Mussolini. It is? I'll trickle down. Damn.
if we do get the $2,000 check, it's meaningless in the scope of how much money he is giving to all of these fucking billionaire CEOs who were sitting there on his inauguration, who are all fucking up his ass, sucking his dick every day.
Oh my God. Okay, but like I said prior,
the
Supreme Court ruled this way, so that's why that money had to be
he
given
installed
back to
3 people on that Supreme Court. They're part of this. I don't like.
I just like you surely see this. You surely understand what's going on.
He doesn't. She doesn't care too. I'm volunteer for the guillotine. She doesn't fucking care. She doesn't care. She knows what she's saying is fucking out of pocket. She doesn't care.
On, right?
You
can't make an excuse. Oh, the Supreme Court. He put them there. He stacked the fucking Supreme Court in his favor.
And do you surely see in New York the billionaires now that own big houses and big things are having to pay an ungodly tax?
You mean the tax that they should be paying?
That's what I read it as first. Trickle your precious body fluids down. And then I realized after I said, I'll trickle down, I was all like, damn, I read that so wrong.
Yes, that is okay. Tax them all. Okay. Tax the fuck out of every fucking billionaire. Yes.
That's why they're leaving New York.
And they're not leaving. And Mamdani is creating...
I think we need... You know what? I need to pull the audio for it, I think. I think it's a pretty good one. Hold on. That was the 24-minute marker, I think. I'll just make a note.
Disneyland. He's going to put 30% more trees in New York City. He's already cleaning up the trash. Free healthcare. I want to fucking live in Mamdani's Disneyland.
Go. Not me.
Right.
Shut the fuck up because you're racist.
Rate is bad, right?
Yeah, she's fucking racist.
Their crime rate is down by 70%. New York City is getting cleaned the fuck up.
Is that why I see all the videos of all the Islamic people in the street saying,
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
The USA and kill Americans.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. You fucking mean old bitch. You are a walking piece of shit. You fucking racist. Fucking dumbass. cannot believe the shit that comes out of this fucking dumbass's fucking mouth. He's a fucking idiot.
And
No, the reason you see those videos, Mom, is because you watch Newsmax and
Needs
you
to
have
shut
an
the fuck up.
algorithm that promotes those ideas to you.
She needs to fucking just not, like, there needs to be no fucking platform for her at this point, because she gets to get on here and say fucking dumb shit and then fucking backtrack and go, oh, apologize, and then gets to go back to doing this shit again. She's a fucking idiot. She's a dumb fucking bitch. Oh, man. Oh, I'm so glad I waited to finish this fucking video. God, man, I am so fucking fired up. I'm so pissed right now. The rich fucks who own multi-million-dollar palatial apartments in New York City ain't leaving because no one can buy those apartments. No. I would say to take a shot every time ML does a whataboutism, but that would end badly. Nope, didn't see them. Was too busy watching Patriot Front marching on the White House lawn July 4th. Yeah, she gets worse from here. I'm pretty sure it's going to get awful. Let the rich leave the New York City incubator.
Because it knows you like them. It confirms your fears about Islamic people are taking over our country.
Yes.
And right,
That's
so
nothing.
that's wrong. And so far, the one Islamic guy who's in office, Zoran Mamdani, doing a pretty good fucking job.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't see it like
I don't mind the take.
I don't see it like that because you're a fucking racist. You're a fucking big old fucking racist piece of shit. The fact that she started the episode plugging the Compton Cowboys and then ended with an Islamophobic rant was wild. Yeah. She's a fucking idiot. Just a walking fucking contradiction. You see rich people are paying taxes? God. Okay. All right, I'm trying not to get worked up, but she is just, this is not good.
Takeover. Seems pretty good.
Where's my mini Mamdani? Huh? I want my mini Mamdani.
He said I took it too far. Tell him he can go eat a fucking bag of shit. That's what you should text him back. Yeah, go eat a fucking bag of shit, you fucking fucking idiot. That's a good Haley impression. Hi y'all. You really need to set up a call-in system. If I could you did? Okay, good. If I could confirm that people calling in were not going to be fucking trolls, I would totally do it. Mott and Bailey fallacy is MAGA's favorite strategy to confuse everybody, including themselves. Well, they don't want to leave the lifestyle of New York. Melania spends half her time there and half at Mar-a-Lago. I think she spends more than half there. I think she spends like a good 70%. Apparently, she allegedly has a boyfriend, and that's why she's mainly in New York. He's solving ground issues in New York City, literally cleaning up the town and cutting off the food supply to urban rats, thus surely improving health standards for the average people. Mary Lou really said, did you see rich people are paying taxes? Yeah, she's a fucking moron. He's going after Amazon today for skirting. I saw that. In regulations around their drivers using subcontractors. Good. Honestly, someone needs to fucking chop fucking Amazon off at the knees. Someone needs to go through and break up all the fucking monopolies that are being created right now. We are in a fucking dystopian fucking timeline at the moment.
But like you're also deflecting all of these things. Like, well, what about in New York? And
you don't like politics in this country? You can leave. Like, but at the same time, the rich people are leaving New York. We need to change the politics. Yeah, they're fucking titty babies. That's what I'm gonna call them. Mary Lou is literally the poster child for what is wrong with the fucking MAGA movement and the fucking brain damage they all fucking have. Like, I don't know how you get to be this fucking dense and fucking lack any sort of self-reflection. It's why I want to route it through another program and have a waiting room. That's the thing, is I would have to have a mod literally talking to the person to find out what their talking points are and to essentially find out what the whole entire point of the actual conversation is. You know, she's 10-ply. she's that dense. I'd 100% call into troll. I know you would. Democratic candidates of this ilk need to be able to convert Mondani's follow-through with votes, then need to convert their votes into follow-through of their own. Food company monopolies are also killing us. Yes, Cisco being one of the only places in the world providing food, and most of it being frozen to a lot of the vendors and like Chili's and fucking places like that. Like all the restaurants are buying from Cisco. And it's all fucking the same garbage. It's all fucking really poor quality food as well. Wait, I didn't see you said that, Indiana girl. I didn't. I've been in and out listening this afternoon. Now you know why I said I might be done with them. Here's the thing. There was a slam dunk thing that they could have done here. They could have been like, Mom, I want you to understand, we maybe need to have a conversation about your like institutionalized racism that you kind of have just built in, that you've learned from Fox News and all these fucking places. Like we need to fucking figure this out, because like the way you're talking about people is exactly why we are trying to have these conversations, is you are not getting it. I wonder if there's a Chad Soy point in this episode. I need to actually just draw that out. I need it for the video anyway. I'm gonna get that fucking done this week though. But I feel like I need to do some art. Hey, what's up, Tina? How are you doing? I feel like Republicans screaming like Democrats are pulling their toes off with their democratic socialism, calling it communism, and then quietly accepting commercial communism in the food supply. Yeah, food supply. Yeah. Most food in the U.S. is making us sick, and I'm convinced of it. I will argue that yes, there's a large chunk of the food that is that we're buying. I mean, processed food is not great. A lot of the vegetables are being covered in fucking pesticides, giving people cancer. Yeah. At the end, they talk like Bob may be back soon. I'm absolutely out then. If not already, it's all performative. I'm at that point where I'm there, where I'm like, this is basically, they took us all for a fucking ride, and now this is a joke. We have the same fucking 5 talking points every fucking episode, and they never do any sort of deep dive into why does she think the way that she thinks. Like, and getting people on like a cult specialist. If she's truly in a cult, get someone on that can help her and like help the family navigate this. Like, that is the biggest fucking thing. It's the same fucking 5 talking points. So that is my fucking problem with the show right now. I am very pissed too to have to hear this woman be so fucking racist. Oh my God. You ever notice they make more strides with others who have strategic knowledge? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If they truly want her to change, they need to have people fucking talking to her that are not Haley and Chad. Because that is the only way she's going to grow as a fucking human being, if that is the problem. If that is the problem. If you put her in front of people and she's not changing, then we know it is a fucking personality issue, and we can all just move on with our fucking lives. This woman is a fucking walking advertisement for fucking sociopathy at this point. Mary Lou was awful this episode. Yeah. That's why they weaponized anti-wokeism. It is a way for MAGA to shut down any kind of analysis of their obvious issues. Yeah, I mean, that's why they are like, and I know there's folks in the audience that doesn't like Hassan Piker, but that is what they're currently doing with the DSA, and associating everyone in the DSA with Hassan Piker, because Hassan Piker back in 2018 said something along the lines of America deserved 9/11, which, if you watch the full context, he was saying the United States foreign policy is the reason why we got 9/11. Did he word it wrong? Oh, 100%. Should he have said that? No. But that's the shit that they're focusing on, and they don't want to actually look at themselves and go, hey, we've got a lot of people who have really problematic backgrounds as leadership. As leadership. Our fucking president is a walking fucking red flag of a human fucking being. But no. Let's fucking focus on a person who talks pretty much 24 fucking 7 for the last 8 or 9 years. And obviously, if you're talking that fucking much, you're going to say something so fucking dumb. And it's going to get clipped and clipped and clipped, especially if you're fucking popular. How dare you? The border. Okay. She's a mindless automaton programmed by MAGA so Trump can pick everyone's pocket with impunity. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry. I'm like, Joel's going to lose his shit when he hits play again. I know. I've always said 9/11 happened to knock us off our self-made pedestal. Sorry, not sorry. It's the truth, though. We think of ourselves, and this is I think a systematic thing. United States is there for good. They're doing the right thing. The reality is, our foreign policy has been atrocious for a very fucking long time. And we've done so many things that are going to come back and bite us squarely in the fucking ass. And it already is. Lutnick, Nutlick. Fuck around, find out, yeah. 100%.
The main issue is this. Donald Trump is using the United States government to steal money from the average citizen and give it to himself and his other billionaire friends. You can see that happening, right? Hello?
No.
Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, she's a fucking dense motherfucker. How about that? Mary Lou, you're fucking dense. You're asking Mary Lou to connect 2 dots with an inch within an inch of each other. It's not possible. All right. She's using all right, that's me. I'm not gonna say it. You know what I'll fucking say. She's using Bob's stick as a measuring stick. There you go. We didn't have Soviet Union to point fingers at anymore. We don't have Soviet Union to point fingers at anymore. We big bad now. We are. Some of Bin Laden said the same thing, but since he said it, it's heretical. Yeah.
You don't see that?
He just told you. How much did they give Amazon? Like $600 million?
Apple got 2.2 billion, Ford gets 1.3 billion, Amazon gets 600 million.
And he explained that they rolled all of those costs onto consumers. So we paid that shit.
The Supreme Court did that.
But Trump
oh my god. Yeah, no, I don't. At this point, like, yeah, that's obvious. It's obvious she's gonna say this stupid shit. It's civil. But Joe Biden
created that Supreme Court. That same Supreme Court also said a president can't be tried for crimes, can't be found guilty of crimes, because he put 3 people on that Supreme Court that are his loyalists.
Also, he implemented all these fucking bullshit tariffs. For what?
To get our money. This whole thing was designed to do that. And he told you these tariffs are going to make things cheaper for you. It's going to give you money. That's a lie.
Tariffs have always worked. Other presidents have used them.
No, this is why you need to get a fucking video to show her what the fuck a tariff is and how they've worked in the past. Explain to her in a detailed fucking facet, and then quiz her after it. Like, come up with a fucking pop quiz, just like she would do at fucking with school teacher. Yeah, as a school teacher. Oh, she was a fucking gym teacher. She wasn't a school fucking teacher. She didn't do any of that shit. The faces, though. I mean, oh hey, I'm going to take out my frustration on some vegetables with a knife now. I wish I had some vegetables in front of me too. Have fun, Cherish. Pretty sure this was covered in Schoolhouse Rock. Yeah, it was. Russia and China. Reduga. Wait, hold on. Wait. I don't. Rebeduga. Oh. Doesn't matter. Bob would tell her differently, and she thinks he's a money god. Yeah, that's the thing, though. It has been proven multiple times when Bob has opened his fucking mouth and said some dumb shit about how these motherfuckers are actually making money, he's been incorrect. The problem is, and Crivens is right. Chad and Haley do not have, essentially, here, Chad and Haley have limited knowledge, a limited knowledge base to operate from. And that is the problem, is that you can't call someone out on their shit when you can't point out exactly how they're wrong, you know? And that's why they keep doing this shit, you know? Educate at this point. Edu-fucking-cate. The Supreme Court installed tariffs. No, they actually fucking backtracked on the tariffs, right? So fucking stupid. He's so dumb. He's the dumbest fucking person.
I'm in the past too.
Okay, let's move on. This is insane. What? Oh, we're at 26 minutes already. Let's go to this one. Now, do you think that Trump?
Wait, I want to know who redid their house. I did a search. Their house was gutted and half done when they bought it. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, the question is, did they pay actual people or did they hire, you know? Okay, I'll tell a story real quick. And I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to do any of that shit. But I knew a person in my vicinity, like someone who was around me at the place that I used to work, who used to hire immigrants to do all of the building in their expensive home. It was, I just look at it, and you knew. And they're all Republican too. That was the fucking other thing too. They were conservatives. I was like, you knew that they would be the people who, like, the moment they did something wrong, they would call immigration. I fucking hated them. Ugh. They're fucking gross.
Performing financial fraud at all?
No.
Yes,
Okay,
you
so
did.
and
he did it to save money too.
He was found guilty of 41 cases of it.
You
first of all.
said
But
so.
let's go.
3 or 4 weeks ago. You said so.
On fraud? What are we talking about?
I just wanted to set the table for our next topic, which is Capital One. This week, court filings revealed that Capital One...
Immigrants do my neighbor's house right now. Yeah. I mean, it is the loophole that these guys have been operating in for a very, very long time. If only Chad and Haley would listen to others like Luke and Bean, Glenn Kirshner, Ken Harbaugh, I can't say it, and so many others who specialize to help themselves become better educated beyond the headlines as well. I mean, that's the thing. There are so many people, I bet, reach out to them on the daily who are like well-versed in some of the stuff that they're talking about, who are subject matter experts. Someone in here said that I think Chad literally pulls information that is talked about by Aaron Parnas. So that's the thing. You know, like he has one source that he pulls from, and there's so many different places to pull information from. And then he's only pulling the topics of the week. That is it. The link for how to pronounce how to wrote. Okay, I need to hear it. Okay. Some lady pulled that shit and got in trouble. Called immigration after they finished a job at her house, probably to avoid having to pay. I mean, Trump did the same fucking thing. He stiffed a bunch of contractors. I think he also allegedly liked to hire immigrants as well because he could stiff them. Chad to be too worried about fake dating shows for that? Yeah. That, by the way, yeah, the whole like being a fucking leftist shit and then being so into like the reality TV sphere is so weird because to me it's all fake and it's all a falsity. Like when you're watching it, you know it's all staged. Like why would you want to be into any of that shit? To me, it feels fraudulent. Aaron is easy because he does quick shorts and it's great to get the gist, but you need more for context and research. The only thing is, you know, like Mary Lou doesn't learn because she's not being taught anything. She's being yelled at to believe them. Like you're dumb. You're dumb, Mom. Why don't you understand this? We've talked about this 100 fucking times, Mom. No one's teaching her. Calling him a fake dating show coach / expert is wild. Contractors were picking up day laborers from Home Depot, and then at the end of the job, drive them to immigration. That's fucked, by the way. I remember telling someone that reality TV is fake, and they said, no, it's not, because you can watch them whenever. Like, Big Brother is so set up. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, it's a bunch of people trying to get clout, and they have no fucking substance other than either A, being hot, or doing something so fucking dumb that they're just known for the dumb thing that they did. That is the reality of reality TV shows. Or if they're pulling people out of just fucking obscurity, they found some dude who's just fucking just slightly unhinged, because that makes good television. I refuse to even remotely look at the book Chad wrote about, what is it, winning the Bachelorette or Bachelor? Ugh.
One closed hundreds of Trump-affiliated bank accounts in 2021 for suspicion of money laundering. The bank's filing said, quote, the closures were the result of months of analysis and careful review by Capital One's anti-money laundering team in accordance with bank policies and regulatory guidance. They closed roughly 385 accounts tied to the Trump organization, Eric Trump, and a collection of affiliated businesses. Mom, why do you think Capital One shut down 385 Trump bank accounts?
That happened back
Chad and Haley
in
are
2021,
most definitely
right?
not educators. No, not at all. What a waste of paper. Yeah. It's Jackass without the fighting and blood. Honestly, I would take Jackass over 90% of anything that is currently going on in the world. At least that's like remotely entertaining. Reality TV just feels fucking stupid. And I agree. I believe it was Tina. I never understood those shows. I've literally watched, I think, a good chunk of 90 Day Fiance, and then I got to the end of it, and I was like, I feel like I wasted a good month of my life. Reality TV is reality in the same way that there's a comic book about Superman. Yeah. He does not follow through with any of his notes on Sundays either. It irks me a lot because people pay them and have to ask again and again. I mean, I got paid. One of the fucking first videos I got paid for by a listener, or not a listener, a watcher of the channel, was to basically berate Chad into getting Mary Lou access to fucking ground news. Like, that's how angry people are. They went to me and they were like, can you just fucking make this video? I will pay you. They named a number. I was like, dude, I would make that without you paying me. But yes, if you want to pay me, I'll take it. Yeah. Like, that's how angry people are when it comes to the show. They're over it. I think Bob was literally the thing that kept people like distracted is the word I was looking for. Distracted from what is actually happening here. I just got into Love After Lockup. It's so bad, it's good. Those are the shows that I look at and I'm like, who came up with this fucking who came up with it? I remember in 2000, Ravens versus Giants, Super Bowl, there was a big Survivor episode that kept advertising that was going to come on after the game. And I thought, wow, that show will end soon, surely. And here we are. 20 plus years later. Yes.
It said there was risk.
25.
It also says that he did not, Capital One did not accuse Trump actually of committing money laundering. The bank said the accounts were closed because of the high risk and the view that they saw.
ChatGPT
This does not establish
bullshit.
that he was money laundering.
Right. That's a criminal charge that would not come from a bank.
Right.
That would have to come, in this case, from Dirty Blanchy.
Oh, gosh.
Which is never going to happen, obviously. But
you're just glossing over the fucking racism that we fucking all had to fucking experience, huh? God, man, this is so fucking disappointing. I didn't think it was gonna be this fucking bad.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Tons of risky accounts. Like, that's not suspicious? Yeah, right?
You're misunderstanding the volume of this. They didn't see like one or two of his accounts had like some weird activity, so we're going to close them down. 385 bank accounts.
Right, but he's not accused.
Oh
I just read it. He's not
God.
accused of money laundering.
Great. So then why did they shut those bank accounts down?
Because they were
I wish Chad would have said if those others got caught because of what Trump got caught doing. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, we're at a point where if you cannot talk logic to someone like Mary Lou, why do you keep bringing up the same fucking talking points? It's not sinking in. It's not sinking in at all. And that is why maybe, just fucking maybe, you get in someone who's a fucking expert on how to pull people out of these fucking holes that they're in, that they refuse to dig their own fucking selves out of because they're content with being this bigoted, this racist, this ignorant. Why don't you get someone who deals with fucking political fucking cults to help plan your fucking show and work on the communication skills that you guys have with your mother and even your father? Because we're at a point where you just keep doing the same fucking thing over and over and over and over and over again, and it is turning me a bit fucking radical. All right? Hey, Chad and Haley, if you excuse racism like you're kind of racist too. That's the thing. Like, that is the shit that I'm like, you have to understand what you're saying, mother.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat there. Here's my TNC super chat budget for the week. Thank you. I appreciate that. God. Yeah. I wonder if Chad and Haley just know that she'll never change her racist views, or if they just don't want to push her. The question, you can even pose it as like, hey, mom, do you know what you're saying can be misconstrued as being racist? How do you feel about people hearing what you're saying? And can you explain to them why you're saying it in the way that you're saying? Why do you have this animosity towards Islam or people who are Islamic? You know, why is Mamdani, even though he's doing a good job, why do you focus on who he is and what maybe his religion might be, or where he comes from, or the color of his fucking skin? You know, why do you focus on that? Why are Somalians your focal point? It does feel like you do not like people who are different shades of brown. Like, I'm just calling it like I see it, Mom. Can you explain that to me? Why are you not racist? ML always running to her notes and AI. Yeah. Like, she's tasked with defending Trump and friends or something, indescribable things. Yeah. Like she's tasked with defending Trump and friends, or something indescribable will happen if she fails. She'll lose her friends. Her friends are fucking in her head at this point. Like, they're all fucking make-believe. Or they're just the fucking dude who is in, like, every fucking one of their goddamn fucking not super chats, but their chats or their comments being like, Mary Lou knows what she's fucking talking about. Whatever that fucking dude's name is. Yeah, nope. He'll just say, simmer down and move on. Or move on. Or moving on, yeah. My son said to me, if you're at at a table and someone says something racist or transphobic and no one speaks up, then everyone at the table is also racist and transphobic. It really got me thinking. I mean, because it's true. It's true. Yeah, Mercy 1. Ugh. Fucking disgusting troll. She doesn't have any friends outside of those online anymore. That's why the woman who passed away, Jules, she claimed was her best friend. Yeah. Who's Mercy 1? Oh, you don't know about Mercy 1? So I ran into Mercy 1 because they accused me of being the person on the lives who's pretending to be shiny and telling Mary Lou how much they're disappointed in her. And I was like, why the fuck would I hide behind a fucking fake account? Like, they already know who I am. Like, I could just say this stuff directly to her. I've made videos critiquing her. Like, why would I go down that rabbit hole? And they're like, oh, so you're not denying it? I said, why are you I essentially said, why are you accusing me of this? And it's like, oh, are you guilty? And I was like, what the fuck kind of logic is this, you dumb shit? Fuck Mircy. Yeah, they told me I had a terrorist sounding name. But they're fucking dumb. And if it is Jules, why are you fucking like? If heaven's real, Jules, can you hear me? Can you just give me a sign and can maybe communicate to me why you felt the need to be that kind of dumb? Oh, okay. Is it a she? Okay, they left comments after Jules passed away, so it's not her. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, that fucking that dude, and I was like, I had to tell him, I was like, why would I even fucking care? Like, are you there, Jules? It's me, Joel. I want to know more about Mircy One. Is it just some Russian with 50 smartphones? No, it is someone. It is believed. Like the rumor is that it is believed to be someone that is close to the family that knows them. Because there are certain things. They also have a really fucking weird video where they fucking essentially deep faked Trump chastising Chad. It was weird. It's weird.
We're at risk. Those accounts were at risk, it said.
Have you ever had a bank account shut for being at risk of money laundering?
Not money laundering, but someone tried to take money out of an account before and they shut it down.
Right. They were protecting you from somebody doing fraud on your account.
Yes.
So in this case, Capital One, a giant fucking banking corporation, looked at 385 bank accounts that Donald Trump is associated with and said, these are all looking real bad. We got to shut them down because we don't want federal criminal charges to be levied against our bank. That's why they do this. When you're talking about risk, the risk isn't like to Trump. The risk is to the bank. It's the bank saying, we don't want the liability of potentially being involved in a giant criminal conspiracy of money laundering.
Have you ever heard this? No, but there's something completely unrelated. That is Mary Lou in a fucking nutshell. She's the densest fucking person. She has the brain of a 5-year-old with extreme ADD. Mircy One argues with people in the comments. Yeah, they hopped over to my one video of mine and never again have shown back up. So I think they blocked me.
Trump has been
I don't give a fuck.
alleged and all around the world of money laundering for a long time because of his Russian ties, getting all these loans from Deutsche Bank and doing these crazy big real estate deals where he's selling shit for way more money than it's worth to Russians. He's also, I mean, in my opinion, he's clearly money laundering.
I'm sorry, 385 bank accounts?
Yes.
Just the scope of the fucking number involved is kind of like red flag.
But his accounts weren't the only other ones. There were other ones closed down too. So you're acting like they
people who are laundering money.
They acted like zeroing in on him only.
Stop doing questions after a bunch of folks started being vile just to be disruptive. Typical toxic MAGA strategy. Yeah. Are you talking about on the lives? I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked it took that long. If that's what was going on, for them to stop doing like maybe like pausing questions or just being like, hey, we got to end early, because I could see this being a dog whistle for every single person that is MAGA just to come out of the woodworks.
There were other accounts, it said, that they had closed too.
But Mom, yes, they closed those accounts also because they were laundering money.
He's a crook. He's always been a crook. He's always been a fucking vile piece of shit from day one. That's why
you've argued with Mircy One? I didn't realize you knew who Mircy One was. I thought you were being serious.
He was voted in president the first time around. Like, you can't be fucking kidding me. He's a crook.
Mom, how are you defending the closure of these bank accounts? I don't get this.
Because I read it, and it said that his accounts were not the only ones closed.
That means there are other criminals.
It said Capital One itself was fined $390 million by FinCEN in January 2021 for serious anti-money laundering compliance failures, including other accounts.
I don't watch their comments anymore. They have disgusting people in there, and I'm surprised they haven't been suspended just for their comments. You're talking about their lives. Look, this is a problem that I think is just like systematic of like just the whole entire show right now. They do not have anyone helping out. They refuse to give people like admin access to basically block people. You know, like they're not doing it. Jesus fucking Christ, Emil, I can't anymore. Yeah, I'm already like, I'm at a point where I'm like, I just want to turn off the fucking thing and just move on. I mean, I'm going to edit some of this into the new video, and I think this might be one of the last few videos I make on the podcast, just because I'm like, I feel like I'm just contributing to the whole thing. This whole top is low effort. Yeah. Yeah. He only cares about dumb shit reality TV and his failed TV show and writing. Man, their lives are getting 14K. Oh. Kind of curious if just some low-level Russian SFB agent. You know? No, I personally think it's someone that is in their orbit. They go way too hard with trying to fucking glaze ML. Way too hard. We just got someone's food delivery. Found it on my front door porch when I put the dogs out. Weird. Hopefully. Oh man, I would just leave it out there and see if they come back and pick it up.
Yeah.
Technically, they're not supposed to give that to the next person because you don't know what happened to that fucking food.
Businesses from 2008 to 2014. That case.
Do you know what that means? I don't think you understand what that means.
Tell me.
It means it wasn't just Trump, that other people were also doing things that involve money laundering, which is a crime.
Right.
So yes, there were other accounts. You're correct. Those people are also criminals. A criminal conspiracy means multiple criminals are conspiring together for one common goal.
The way I read it was those accounts were at risk also. So
correct.
Not proven yet.
Right. There have been no criminal charges filed. There's been no criminal investigation. There now cannot be in the case of Trump because of what his Supreme Court has ruled.
Oh, boy.
All right. Let's simmer down. I want to revisit a piece of lore from our family history. Hear it potentially from 3 different perspectives. That piece of lore is, of course, the can of corn. Do you remember this day? Whoa.
Yes.
You got some fucking wolves in the background there, Haley?
No, I don't know. Somebody probably just delivered shit to the door. I vaguely remember this.
You were
How old was I? 5?
Yeah. Kindergarten. First grade.
I have a vague recollection of this.
I'll begin because I was the one most involved. When I was roughly 9 or 10, my job was... No, because I want to hear your perspective as well. Okay. My job at that age was...
Did I miss anything?
Trash delivery. Trash.
Okay. The views have been going down on Sundays from what I've seen, especially when most want to ask ML questions, but she isn't there anymore. Yeah. No, Joel, don't force us to watch. Simmer down. We're not gonna watch it. We're gonna skip ahead. Yeah, that's my Liz. I'm of the mindset that we're at a point right now where she does not answer to the essentially, are you dumb? Or what are you not getting, Mom? Like that shit doesn't work. All right. Her little brain does not comprehend this stuff. So instead of being like, hey, Mom, here's the facts. Here's the facts. They do this where it's all like, they're angry and they're just yelling at her and it's tired. It's over. But the thing is, the views going down on Sundays is not that big of a deal if the views keep staying the same on their videos in general. Can you use the no? You know what? I can add it. I can add it to the list of things I can add to the things on here. If we want more pop-in video things, I can totally do that. You can just use nope. Nope. That's one of my favorite lines from that movie is when he's sitting in the van and he looks out and he just goes, nope. Chat GPT will have something for her to misinterpret or just lie about. Yeah, he needs to teach her too about, and I know he's talked to her a little bit about AI. AI is good for aggregating data and looking at it, but it's not good for giving you the fucking news because it just does a fucking scan of the entire internet and it can pull fucking dumb, wrong information and present it as fact. Oh, ML gets racist in the Simmer Down?
Refuse.
Trash man.
Yeah. Kind of swinging the trash, blood everywhere. Mom, you find the blood trail, like footprints that I've left through the fucking house, and you're like, what the hell's going on? And immediately we have to go to the emergency room where I get stitches. What is your experience of this, Mom?
You were trying to hide it from me.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, have you ever experienced snake sliced you? And so your dad comes home, and I said, let's go. We went to a little clinic, and the man said, hop up on the table. And he goes, oh, have you ever experienced stitches? And you
Okay,
said,
I'm gonna say this. If you can't do an accent, don't even fucking dare do it. Just fucking talk like a fucking normal human being and just say it in the fucking normal way you would say it. Because, ugh, you stupid, stupid woman. She went for it. She fucking tried. Whew. Hold on. I need to.
said, no, sir. And he said, you will experience stitches today.
Yeah.
Clearly he spoke English. He just had an accent.
He started.
I don't know.
Wait, hold on. What did she say about?
He spoke English. He just had an accent.
He's
Oh my
6'7".
God.
Heard this.
I have
Numerous trafficking since one gun in Eastern, approximately 220 people here starting back in September and targeting what Trump called narco terrorists. Trump has killed approximately
I've seen Reddit threads used as evidence for ChatGPT results. I have two. The clip from Obsession. No. I saw that movie. I need to watch it again. I had a very visceral reaction to that movie. I also think the reason why I had the reaction I had to Obsession that I did was that they killed the only character in that movie that I really liked, and they did it in such a fucking just throwaway sort of way, and I was upset. I was so fucking pissed. But yeah, I thought the movie wasn't as good as people say. It's not, and I think there are other movies like it's aping on a few other like it's a Twilight Zone episode essentially. It is the monkey's paw situation. Love the brick scene. Yeah. I don't know. There's certain things that I also okay. I'll be very honest with you. The way they wrote characters, was fine. I don't know. I watched the whole movie and I got to a certain point and I went like, I hate the feeling that I have watching this movie. It just made me uncomfortable too. You passed her voice mimicry on to Chad. By the way, there's someone in my comments going, when are you going to make the Chad Trump video? And I'm like, I don't think I can do that anymore because I don't find any sort of whimsy in anything being said right now. And I cannot put whimsy into shit when I'm feeling this angry about the show.
220 people across more than 60 strikes on vessels suspected of drug trafficking in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. The very first strike on September 2nd, 2025 killed 11 people aboard, an anomaly that raised suspicion since one government source asked why would 11 people be on a drug boat. And a top Pentagon official later admitted that the strike may have killed human trafficking victims. In Venezuelan coastal villages, relatives of those killed in these strikes said the dead were mostly laborers, a fisherman, a motorcycle taxi driver, men crewing boats for the first or second time for about 5
If the kids could show her how to use the chat like I ask AI with all the parameters, it might be better. That's the thing, though. The problem with Mary Lou is this. Mary Lou is gullible almost to, and it's to an extreme fault. I was going to say almost to a fault. It is to an extreme fault. It's not even almost. It is to an extreme fault. And she believes anything she's told, especially if it reinforces her own fucking beliefs. Or it is something that is parroted that that reinforces the idea that she's right. You know, she wants that. If she sees something that dances out of that, she's like, no, I'm gonna find something else. I see people do it all the fucking time. I saw Megyn Kelly showing her receipts where she looked something up and it was ChatGPT showing something, and its resource was Reddit. Damn. Or the guy saying it is hot. Wait, hold on. What is that one from?
$500 a trip. The administration has not released public evidence justifying the strikes, and CBP data shows little effect on drug flows. Trump has said, quote, drugs entering our country by sea are down 97%. But this is another lie.
Dude, what in the fuck is this? Where is he going? You went from doing a Trump impression like 6 months ago to doing not even Emperor Palpatine. It's like you fucking are trying to squeeze out a fucking shit. Like, what is this? ML and Hassan. Oh, you know what? Those ML and Hassan videos were funny. Okay. Or at least the one that I did. It was pretty funny. And then the follow-up video where I showed all the fucking comments from Hassan's chat was pretty funny. But yeah, I don't think I'll be doing more. Flanderize his own accent. Yeah. He's especially gullible if the guy talking is hot. Yeah. Yeah. Hassan. Yeah, they should have her just talk to Hassan. Like, Hassan will radicalize her immediately. He's like, Mary Lou, I'll take off one piece of clothing every time you agree with me and you move more towards the progressive movement. Fanon, okay. I used 4 different search engines when I went to get a variations to make sure I'm seeing different point of views. I literally go down a rabbit hole of trying to find at least 2 or 3 articles to confirm something if I'm going to use it as a reference. Because I want to have some sort of backup when it comes to the information. If I see something that deviates from that, then I start asking the question, which one's right? And then you have to start looking for more information. Yeah, it's a rabbit hole. That's why sometimes writing some of the scripts that I have right now, it's been like, okay, it's been tough. Fanon would really? Would tear apart? You think so?
Experts have found that the price for cocaine has actually dropped slightly since the beginning of the operation, indicating that the supply has actually increased. In South Florida, DEA agents were reportedly seeing, quote, the lowest drug prices in over a decade for a kilo of cocaine, and fentanyl, the drug Trump is trying to combat, enters mostly by land.
When multiple places just copy and paste things from one anonymous Twitter post, that's the funniest. I fucking hate Twitter, by the way. That all of those social media sites that are just like little bitty snippets of information need to be fucking nuked from space. Like, it's official now. It's on multiple news sites. Yeah. We're also living in a world where conservative media is now the dominant news source. Even fucking CNN is fucking conservative at this point.
To the United States. So these strikes have no effect on that supply at all. So far, the operation has cost American taxpayers.
Trump isn't combating cocaine. He's consuming it. He used to consume a shit ton. I think now it's just Adderall. The fucking hole in his fucking nose probably can't handle any more cocaine. He's probably got just a fucking burrowing goddamn hole going straight into his fucking brain. One good point for Trump, he lowered the prices on goods, like he said.
Players $4.7 billion and produced no meaningful results.
Deeper nose candy?
Mom,
yeah.
Do you think all of the 220 people Trump killed in Operation Southern Spear were drug dealers?
I have no idea. I haven't heard anything more about this till you just brought it up today on the podcast. I know there were strikes early on, and I did see some of that video and all of that was on TV in different stations, but I've heard nothing more about it till you brought it up right now.
Okay, so now you've heard this, what I've said to you. What do you think about it?
Okay, here we go. We got to talk about this. This is the thing that really just grinds my gears. Chat, she doesn't fucking believe you. She doesn't care what you got to say. She's like, you got that from your fucking news source. I don't care. Whatever. I do what I want. That's what she's telling you right now. Like, she doesn't give a shit. It's fucking Cartman. All right.
I was going to say, I don't know what to comment because I haven't really seen much more about it.
There you go.
You're saying you have no reaction to the information I just gave you, that multiple of these people had nothing to do with drugs, and that the attacks that they're doing on these people, these murders, don't affect the drugs coming into the United States at all.
Yeah, they should be grabbing the people that do affect us and that do bring the drugs into the United States.
Right, and they're not. They have wasted
I haven't been told what to think yet. Yeah.
Killing 220 people, and it's had no effect on drugs at all.
Yeah, not good.
So that's an X.
X, you'd say?
That would be an X.
Oh my God. Mel needs to wait for what Jaw Roll has to say about this. Yeah. I'm so tired of these MAGA idiots. They're fucking dumb. They're so fucking stupid. Hey, Arrow, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the little heart. I appreciate that. I don't have an opinion because the Newsmax hasn't given it to me yet. Fuck the F. Yeah, I'm at the point where we need to just fucking say fuck the X's. He says this shit all the fucking time. It's another X. I said this on a Reddit post. The X's are imaginary. Little Heart loves. Hey Joel, hope you're doing good, friend. I'm doing all right. It's been a busy couple of days. Busy week, honestly. And my week is about to get even busier. I got way too much shit going on. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully everything's been going great. These strikes she's given Trump are meaningless. They are 100% meaningless. X's are whose lines points? Yeah. Whose line is it anyways points, right? I don't know. I'm just so fucking over her saying this shit. It's bad. It's really fucking bad.
How many more X's we need?
That was my first X for today. And
how many to
just for fucking today? But they start over every day. So she sees it in writing. Hey, Liz, we saw the video earlier. I made a video where I outlined a legitimate list of, like, it was literally like a couple months ago, but I outlined every fucking X, and I was hoping like Chad would show it to her, but they didn't. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. So that means there's more X's, but I'm not doing any more work for them to communicate to their mom. Doing okay. Okie dokie. Just got another 4 weeks off from work for my doc to try and get my insomnia under control. I know the feel. I need to actually figure that out. It needs to be on a whiteboard behind Chad. It needs to be somewhere. Be it a Google Doc that is up on screen at all times. It needs to be somewhere. I don't know. Oh, and the ones that say they have learned a lesson and Trump is awful can go to hell. They supported a pedo, and if someone says, "Oh well, welcome them over," they woke up, and that person can head on to. I think there are people out there who are. I mean, if you're a triple Trumper, like, yeah, that's not good. That is not fucking good. I think there are people who were duped that you kind of have to look at and be like, are they telling us the truth? You have to start questioning people who are this gullible. You know, and I'm all for questioning gullible people. Haley said on one episode that she wouldn't be doing this kind of work for other people's parents, and we shouldn't either. You know what? I'm not going to anymore. I'm going to make videos that are critical, and we'll go from there.
So we tic-tac-toe.
I'm going to make videos that are critical and legitimately are poking the bear and not just being helpful.
How many till we say no more Trump?
Oh, and that means too, I will not be making videos about Haley anymore. I will not be making videos about Chad anymore. It will be a highly critical look at the show itself.
I don't know yet.
Okay. Well, I guess we ain't getting much more out of that. Well, let me ask you this. Why do you think we have more drugs in the country now than when Trump started doing this?
Come in different ways, I guess.
And don't deserve
Maybe
to
they
breathe,
were here
period.
all along. I don't know.
Time to give them
all right.
what they...
Good talking to you. Let's move on to our next topic.
What they send? Well, I mean, look, I live with the mindset that people are infallible. Like, we all as people make mistakes. I'm sure I've made many mistakes. I've made tons of mistakes. I have. Choose the bear. Yeah. I don't want to be as nihilistic as like fuck them all, but I do agree that a large portion of the people aren't infallible. Wait, did I use that incorrectly? But no. Here's the thing. I've made mistakes. I look at other people and I go, if I made a mistake without fault, I guess people are infallible. Aren't infallible. You're right. Yes. I thought I said aren't. Didn't I? Or maybe I said are. I meant aren't. But yeah. Wait. Yeah. Okay, now I'm confused. All right. Here's the thing. I don't want to apply the logic of like, damn everyone, you know? because that is exactly what the right has been doing for a long time. There is a portion of the media that has been calling for the death of like people they don't agree with for a very fucking long time. Be it Iranians, be it Somalians, be it whatever. And you can feel that way. You can be very angry. I'm very angry at MAGA. I think they reap what they sow. They reap what they sow. But at the same time, those people aren't going to learn. Their children aren't going to learn until things get better. Like they have to see it getting better. Some people are not safe. You can't save everybody. I get the sentiment, but kill 'em all attitude is part of MAGA's stupidity. You got to be willing to move forward in a reasonable and logical way for the greater good of improving our lives. I agree with that. I do think there is a line of thinking that like there's no way to fix it all. And there's a lot of people out there who's like, we have to do something radical. And that is, I mean, if that's your prerogative, that's your prerogative. I think there is a way of communicating to people without the rhetoric and the anger that can get through to some people. I think some people are extraordinarily undereducated. There's a lot of people who are undereducated who vote Republican no matter what. And I don't lump all of those people in with the MAGA movement. They are just undereducated. They do not know what they're doing. They don't understand. And those people should be helped. And there's people out there being like, well, stupidity is not a good answer for these things, but it is. Yeah, there is. Have you seen Falling Down? I have watched Falling Down many times. I'm saying there's no way to just wave a magic wand and get rid of the shitheads. Yeah, there's not. We're also in a place of disadvantage. Can't declare war on everybody. That's unreasonable. Pick your battles. Yeah, I mean, it is that. So when someone kills your family members, you feel like if they apologize, it's all good. Okay, that's not what I said. I don't think anyone said that. But I'm also someone who doesn't believe in the death penalty either. I think, I'd rather have that person live with the actions and their choices. I think giving him a quick in, I think giving a quick in is an easy way out. Okay, then maybe I have more in the game than others. I mean, I'm talking about how society is going to move forward from here. Can't get bogged down in hunting down and exiling everybody who is wrong. Look at Monty Mater and how it's taken her over 10 years to truly see and start being able to communicate that that way to others. That's okay. Communicate to others in a productive way. Yeah, I mean we're ever changing. We're flawed. Like as human beings, we're fucking flawed. Not everyone should vote. I do agree with that. We kind of discussed that the last time. I think there is an IQ. I think there has to be some application of IQ when it comes to like, do you understand what you're doing and what you're voting for? Because I think some people do not understand what they're doing and who they are voting for. For instance, I've told the story, but I talked to someone who voted for Trump 3 times over. And I kind of had to explain to them media literacy. They didn't understand what media literacy was. They didn't know the information they were getting could be biased. They didn't understand the term bias either. And after kind of giving them that kind of like insight, I could tell the wheels were turning. And I've talked to them a few other times, and it does seem like they're kind of picking up like what is going on. MAGA is primed to be toxic and immature. They are counting on being an anchor so they can complain when you cut an anchor. Yeah. Improvement by subtraction is something they are positioned to object to. I love Monty Mater. Yeah, Monty Mater is great. I really wish they would get someone like her on here to talk to Mary Lou. I don't know. I think it would be kind of nice.
Abdul El-Sayed. This week, Abdul El-Sayed won his primary, securing the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate in Michigan. Sayed is a progressive public health advocate and epidemiologist and former Detroit Wayne County health official who previously lost the 2018 governor's primary.
I'm going to be upset.
He'll now face Republican Mike Rogers, a former congressman who ran unopposed in November. He narrowly beat Rep. Haley Stevens, the establishment-backed centrist, by roughly 1 point after counting ran through the night. It was described as the most expensive Senate primary in American history, with El-Sayed overcoming a nearly $65 million onslaught of outside money. A large share came from pro-Israel groups, and Sayed's win.
So MAGA. Let me ask you. I just read what you were saying here. What is coming? What is coming? Buckle up. I already know. It seems to me that local conservatives who aren't MAGA think Trump and communists are the same. If only people weren't so stupid. And that's the reality too. Is like we have such a fucking terrible media cycle that people believe that people don't even know what communism is. Donald Trump is coming all over us. Jesus. All right. Ow.
Represents an enormous blow to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, which backed his opponent with more than $30 million. El-Sayed is a progressive in the Bernie Sanders mold. He stated his priorities are to get money out of politics, put money into your pocket.
They're talking about completely taking over. Well, if that happens, then I mean the Democrats are just as at fault for that as the MAGA conservatives are. The reality is my view on the current state of our government is that there are a set of people who have every ability to stop what is happening, and they're not fucking doing it. Because the reality is they're all in on it. There's very few people in Congress who are not in on it. That's the reality. They've already taken over. I mean, I don't know how else to like say it. It has already happened. We're in late stage capitalism, you know? He's not going to come over me. I'm over the age of 14. Yeah. Russia promised they'd do this back in the 60s. Putin was in the KGB when the plan was formed. He hated Gorbachev. And Glasnost. I fucking butchered that. The strategy is to use opposition as ammunition. Yeah. So Americans just vote in rigged elections by Trump, and they should just shut up. Is that it? I didn't say that. But I'm telling you, we're focusing on the wrong problem. The reality is that we need to fix the fucking government in general. The problem is that we have a bunch of people who are involved in the lie. This is why I'm happy with what's going on with the DSA. All that money that is funneling into both the Democrat and Republican pockets in support of Israel, all the lobbyist money did not affect any of the, I think like 90% of the races that the DSA won in. Like literally did not affect it. Haley Stevens spent more than $40 million and still fucking lost. It's telling me that like people are starting to wake up to what is actually happening. But right now, the reality is this: we can all sit here and blame MAGA for everything, but the reality is that our fucking representatives did not do us any favors. They could have arrested Trump. They could have put Trump in fucking prison, but they didn't do it. Why? Why? That's a lot of money to lose a race. 100%. 100%. And a lot of that money was coming from super PACs that have AIPAC money. But that's the thing. We can sit here and blame a bunch of fucking dumb redneck hicks for getting Trump elected. Fine. That is it. Why not fucking blame the billionaires like Elon Musk who possibly, allegedly, might have manipulated the fucking election results? That's the thing. Okay, see how that goes. It will take American people standing up and saying enough is enough out of all of you on both sides. I mean, yeah, But you're also now saying what you're actually opposing or contradicting what you said earlier, which you said that we have to like destroy all MAGA, but it's going to take both sides to do something, right? Is that what you're saying? Our local DSA is scrambling to scale up and keep pace. It's like a restaurant that suddenly got a Michelin star and didn't see it coming. It's not looking good. The billionaires don't even need to rig it, is what is wild. They can pay whoever wins a legit election with very few, if any, exceptions. It's like the hype. So that's the thing, you know? That is the reality of everything that's going on right now, is that there are a group of fucking people who are manipulating everything going on. Everything going on right now. It's not just fucking Trump. It's not just fucking MAGA. It is the people who control all the shit that we are fucking consuming. When you put cyanide in the red hat sweatpants. But that's the thing. It's like there are bigger fucking problems. And it all goes back to money. It all goes back to money. It goes back to education. And it goes back to the fact that they have been slowly fucking just destroying the education system, how much people are getting paid, the fucking cost of homes, inflation, all that shit. It makes people look. We have a fucking United States that is filled with half people who do not understand. Like there's a group of people out there who think that the Nazis were socialists. They're fucking idiots, you know? But they're also undereducated. Dumb billionaires are a fucking problem. They should be required to attend public schools. They need to go back to public schools, yeah. Maybe it'd be easier to brainwash a handful of powerful people into being decent human beings. I think it'd be easier just to put them all in fucking prison at this point. DSA isn't ready to protect themselves from the same hijacking that compromised Occupy Wall Street and the Tea Party. No. I mean, but the thing is, that was essentially a bunch of billionaires, right, that went in and compromised those two movements.
Pocket.
Right?
And passed Medicare for all. He also campaigns on clean air and water and affordable housing, framing himself.
Maybe if money was not, the root of like the way we exist, not the necessity that we need to get through life and be, like have a home and things like that. Maybe if those things were not the fucking, cornerstones of like how you fucking blackmail people or how you fucking bribe people. Trying. The DSA here is too busy to build those firewalls effectively. Yeah. But we don't live in a world like Star Trek, where money is not a thing. No, we live in a world, a capitalist structure. Late stage capitalism is the reality. I keep telling people they need to show their elders "Don't Be a Sucker" from the National Archives YouTube channel. I might actually watch it on here. It's over 80 years of history showing the same BS in regards to hating others. Yeah. If Elon didn't exist, some facsimile would be doing the same thing. Do a switcheroo, where the cult of personality slowly makes things better. Unboil a frog. I think MAGA is the one saying to kill off people and doing it, not Democrats. I think there is a portion of the right and even moderate Democrats who are okay with death and destruction. I mean, there's people out there who support Israel, and it's on both sides of the coin, and they're okay with the murders of Palestinians in Gaza. They're okay with the bombings in Iran. They're okay with all that stuff. It's not just a one-side thing, in my opinion. It is on both sides. There are people out there who are okay with the blatant sort of disregard for human life. And if we're talking about like in the United States, I guess, I don't know. I don't ever feel like outside of like extreme hate groups that do fall under probably the MAGA umbrella, that is the case. Who does ICE work for? They work for the federal government. Yes, they do. And you know who also fucking funded ICE? A whole shitload of Democrats did as well. So, I mean, we can play the game where you're like trying to make these false equivalencies, but there is a group of people who are involved in all of this stuff. And they're on both sides of the coin. That is the reality, you know? Yeah, MAGA fucking sucks. MAGA's fucking terrible. The people who voted for Trump, by all means, you can be super pissed off. But the reality is like, there are a group of people making out like bandits, and it's not just fucking MAGA. There's people out there who are okay with death and destruction, and it's just not MAGA. But we can sit there and do that. We can talk about these things in these global sort of ways. I can be black and white, but if we're going to be black and white, we can just be Mary Lou, right? We can just say, kill all the bad guys. Get rid of all the bad guys. There's no nuance to any of these statements. Funding and telling them to kill citizens in the streets is different things, buddy. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, dude, I think you probably, I think you might be stuck here. I think funding them is just as bad as telling them to just go out and kill people. I think it's the same fucking thing. It is a signed piece of paper saying, yeah, go for it, guys. It's literally what it is. But whatever, you know? What do I fucking know, right? We can just be black and white all day, right? Let's just do it. Fascist symbols depict support for government homicide. Then anybody who supports war, capital punishment, and police abuse of force are fascists. No, you think I'm MAGA? Fan-fucking-tastic. Hell yeah. High five, dude. Have fun with that one. Fucking absolutely fucking deranged. You're fucking ranged. They know what's going to happen when they give them all kinds of fun toys and tasking them with enforcing rules. They don't even understand. Have fun, man. I feel like that's like a 12-year-old at this point.
Against Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and other billionaire fiends. And perhaps the biggest part of his platform is guaranteeing healthcare for everyone. Mom,
you sure do defend
you want
them?
Universal healthcare?
Yeah,
so does he.
Sure.
Do you support Abdul El Sayed?
Yeah, that's what I did. I totally defended them. Fucking delusional. Oh my god.
No, because I don't believe everything that he is saying.
Oh, okay.
But
Donald Trump has lied to you and you've admitted it and you're like, nope, still my president. But this guy,
he is. I just don't.
What could it be?
What could
I don't believe half the thing he is saying. Things he's saying. He is a progressive Democrat. He's way left, social.
Uh-oh. People doing the killing are well trained, not rookies. I mean, look, we're just feeding the troll at this point. Reality is this: the problem is not just fucking MAGA. That's it. And if you want to call me MAGA, go for it. Fucking yeah, I've been fucking MAGA since day one. Yip hip hooray!
Socialistic. He's social.
Yeah.
He might even be communist. I don't know.
He
I
wants
haven't
healthcare
researched him
for
enough,
everyone.
but I like healthcare for everyone. I do like that.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
But I don't. There's no way in heck that he's going to be the Republican, that Mike Rogers guy. There's no way. So y'all don't get too excited.
You're wrong.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah,
There's
we'll
going to
see
be
how
a
we
huge.
get.
There's going to be a huge shift. I think you're going to see if we get free and fair elections.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was going to be my next question. But before we get to that, I just want to.
Hey, I think you got to be careful with like threats like that. Like they did yours. I'm sorry that happened to you, by the way. I'm sorry that happened. But your wrongs don't look, saying that shit is not right. Sorry. And it's fine. Like, I have 30 people in chat. Cool. You got me there, bro. Yeah, it's just feeding the troll at this point. He said he's a capitalist. Yes, he is a capitalist. He has said that. Yes. Give me 1 second here.
Settle on this for a second, Mom. You're saying you don't believe anything he says. Why?
I don't know. He just popped out of nowhere and he's promising a lot of things that.
Well, he didn't pop out of nowhere. He's
Yeah,
been
okay.
running and doing things in politics for a minute.
Okay.
But you don't believe him when he says, I want to give healthcare to everybody. But you believe Trump when he says, I'm going to give everybody $2,000 off tariffs. And even now that hasn't happened, you still kind of don't care about that.
Why don't you like Mamdani?
I think he's kind of just like this guy. They're preaching and they're saying things just so people say, oh, okay. And then we're never going to see any of it anyway.
Okay, well, Mamdani is following through.
Yeah,
So
he's doing it. He's doing everything that he said he was going to do.
We've seen the free grocery stores. Have we seen that? I don't think we have.
He's setting up neighborhood grocery stores, but yes,
Okay.
they're implementing free childcare.
To be ready in what, 3 years, 4 years?
I'm sorry. Do we need to get into all the promises that Donald Trump has made that have fallen through? Where's your $2,500?
I'm sorry.
Why aren't we out of Iran?
How about Mexico paying for the wall? Remember that one?
Yes.
Trump has followed through on nothing.
Nothing.
Except the
Secured
secret
our
promises.
No one's coming across that border anymore.
That's not true. He certainly has reduced the amount of people, but it's not completely secure.
Also,
the things that he has really made good on are ending abortion, getting more money for his billionaire friends. You with us, Mom?
Yeah, I'm right here looking at you, Chad.
you know they're bulldozing Big Bend National Park right now in Texas. Did you know they're bulldozing certain areas of that national park right fucking now to build part of this bullshit wall? And there's videos of animals just like scurrying. They're literally fucking killing wildlife left and right.
I haven't seen that.
Destroying national parks.
The border remains more secure than any point in our history.
Are you reading this on White House?
All right, there we go. We're good. Joel, I didn't know they made MAGA commies. I don't know what that person was on, and I don't know what they were talking about. I don't like the black and white language. I mean, if you're gonna be as black and white as that, like you're no better than MAGA is, or even people like Mary Lou, where you equate everyone as a bad person. That is the same fucking logic they put they applied to Somalians, you know? It's the thing of like, and I'm not saying like, by the way, ICE is of like people who fucking, you know, work for ICE are good people. I think ICE should be completely fucking removed. But to equate like, you know, like we should kill all MAGA, like that was fucking insane shit to say out loud. I'm just gonna be very frank and honest. They manufactured Abdul like the $1 Million Man. Much like Bear Island, one of your chatters is worth 30 of any other live. Yeah, but that's the thing though. A lot of people go, oh, it's people like this who are like, I'm going to critique you because you've made videos or content or you watch this. It's like, look, you can critique me all you want. I fucking talk about it all the time where I would love to step away from this podcast. Do it all the fucking time. I discuss it at regular. The problem is like assholes like that don't watch anything other than hateful fucking content about fucking this podcast on my channel. I can make a video about Trump. No one will fucking watch it. They'll watch this dumb fucking shit. I think the odds of it being a serious accusation are too low to think twice about. Oh yeah. No. I did my piece and just went ahead and reported them. Also, the name was just pretty fucking on the nose. Like, yeah, you know something's wrong. Okay. Think about everything you consider good. Trump is destroying that thing. That's the whole picture. ML's maddening with her BS. Yeah. Yeah, the absolutism part of the left. You got to meet people where they are and give them space to grow. Berating a person is only going to make them dig in further. Yeah, I've been saying that for a long time. They need to understand what is pushing these lies, even in the gossipy way to one person, is potentially dangerous. She, ML, needs to know that she's actively hurting others by backing his lies. But can they communicate that to her? It's like a really obvious agent provocateur. Yeah. I mean, when they start getting into fights with people, we're talking about the chatter here. When you start getting into fights with people in a fucking chat, like, especially when you're like not a known quantity in the chat, like, you have to start asking the question of like, why? Why would you want to do that? I don't know. But to me, I'm like, I'm not gonna let this color the fucking rest of the stream. So yeah. Baffle them with bullshit is the knife in our societal cohesion.
House official.
Daily apprehensions are down 94% from the previous administration that let millions flow in and over.
Okay, you keep going back to that. That's the one good thing he's done. Well, everything else, terrible. You admit that. And yet somehow just the...
My name is what it is to trigger people. But here's the thing. Your name does not include hang, you know. But it is a way to trigger people because it is a phrase that they've been taught that is bad, you know? Yeah. They can show how his lies led to death, how lies in the news lead to chaos, and how she's now a public figure who could affect people's lives now. Yes, it can be explained / shown to her. Yeah. No, Chad and Haley are too close to be able to show Mary Lou anything that will truly show what's happening to others, sadly. Yeah. I'm on several watch lists because of being in the same chat as Antifa. Yeah. And the funny thing is, like when people bring up like view counts and shit like that, I always find that shit funny because like I used to stream to like 5 people, and streaming to 30, 40 people, I am over the moon with it. It's kind of nice, actually. I don't think ML cares that people are being hurt by the cult leader. She's upset about wealthy people paying more taxes. That's what it is. Because she's been around fucking people her entire life who've been like, we pay too much fucking taxes. Bob has been saying it for fucking years, I bet. For decades. At least 50 years. Maybe more.
The closure of the border is like enough for you to still support.
Do you believe in a total abortion ban? Do you believe in that?
I don't believe in abortions unless it's to save the life of the baby or the mother.
Oh my God.
So do you believe in a total abortion
ban? To be saving the life of the baby. I don't think any abortion does that.
Well, if it saves the life of the mom or the child.
Got him. We try.
An abortion's never going to save the life of the child.
I understand.
You're international too. There's a few Canadians in here. Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, like I honestly am just, like I said, over the moon with like who's here and who's hanging out. Yeah, it's been the right's talking points for a while. It's just projection of their loser lives. Their only value is in their page numbers. Yeah, I wish I wish I had that in me where I want to like base my worth off of numbers, but anytime I look at numbers, I just feel, especially when it comes to like who's viewing your stuff and what people are saying, like I view it as like, oh, this is nice, but it's not. It doesn't make me feel better about myself. I don't know. Fascists typically care about profits and property more than life. They do. Screw you and your channel. Chad will know that you said you show this because it's trash. I got the clip. By all means, by the way, have fun. I have never seen someone so fucking tryhardy. Fucking so tryhardy. But have fun, buddy. And tell Chad hi, by the way.
understand what you're saying. What I
You
was
don't,
trying
but
to say-
you really don't believe in a woman's right to choose. Like in your first trimester, you're accidentally pregnant. You know you can't take care of a fucking baby. You literally have a problem with a woman getting an abortion.
Yes, because the baby could be given
I'm
up for
telling your
adoption like your
mommy,
father was and live a
100%.
life. And someone else can raise the baby that the woman that was pregnant with did not want.
Right, but the
I
repercussions
don't
of all of
believe
those.
in killing a baby that has been in the woman and is fertilized at any time.
At any time. So at literally conception?
Unless to save the life of the mom.
Okay.
That baby can be birthed and given to someone else
So
to
you
be
don't.
raised.
So you don't
given
believe in
to the Catholic
bodily.
social services the way your father was. If you believe that,
And then
when
we all
your
pay for
father's
it.
mother was pregnant, you would not be here.
Yeah. So
Sure.
then, okay, a couple of things. So one, you don't believe in a total abortion ban, and two, you're basically saying you believe in some kind of socialist program for orphaned children.
For funding all of these children that aren't wanted.
I
Who's
believe
going to pay for that?
I believe every child should live.
So where
who
does that
pays
money
for
come
that?
from?
Got to find money somewhere.
Right,
Where
but
are you
Trump
gonna
is
find
taking
it?
money away from those programs.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Okay, you guys did not. I guess you guys didn't see that because I think they're blocked from the channel. I think it's a. I don't know what it is, but I'm just going through and just trying to like figure out like what's going on here. This is shitty trolling. I did better by nearly getting Joel to sing "Have a Cigar" by Pink Floyd. Okay, yeah. I'm baffled by this, but hey, you know what? I'm doing something right if I'm pissing someone off. I'm doing something right. She has a strong, definitive answer about what should happen to a woman's body, but she has no answer to what happened to their unwanted children. Interesting, Mary Lou. Yeah, interesting.
Also, bodily autonomy is like quite important. Would you like somebody telling you what to do with your body in any capacity? Would you
No.
like that? Would you
No.
like someone determining your future with
But
your
I don't
body?
believe, I believe in life. I don't believe in abortions. I don't believe that an abortion should be allowed for birth control, which some people do that.
Mary Lou's such a
You
Your
weren't raised with
father's
Fox News.
mother was 14.
Why are you
She
yelling at
could
me?
not raise because you're trying to get me to go the other way, and I'm not. There's no way a 14-year-old child can have a baby and raise a baby. They
You're
can have
right.
it,
A
but they can't-
child should not
they-
be forced to have a child.
they
You're
can
right.
have- they
And
can
that's
have
why
the
we have
baby.
abortion.
They can have the baby, but then give it up for it to be raised for someone who maybe cannot have a child.
So you've gone through labor and delivery twice. You know what that includes. You think a 14-year-old should have to go through that? You think a 14-year-old should have to go through labor and delivery to deliver a fucking baby that they will never see, never take care of, and be put up for adoption?
Who is
When
that
you
up
could just
to?
have a fucking abortion, and none of that happens.
I don't believe in abortions, Haley. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Children should not
Oh
have
my
children.
God.
That's cruel.
Mom, let me ask you a question based on your kind of religious ideology. You're Catholic, Christian? Yes.
Yes.
Why do you think God would have given us the power of abortion if we're not to use it?
I believe in God.
Right. So why do we have that
I
knowledge?
believe God believes in life, too.
Then why would God make an abortion? Why would he invent that and give us that tool?
I do not have the answer to that, Chad. All the bad things you always say, why would God let you do that? Why does God do that?
Right. I'm just saying, for people who believe in a kind of Christian God, which is omnipotent, all-powerful, et cetera, knows everything, creates everything, never makes a mistake, it's all part of God's plan, why would abortion be part of God's plan if we are not to use it?
I do not have the answer to that. Why did God take my jewels from me? I don't have the answer to that.
Oh my
There are a lot of
God.
things that you don't have the answer to that God does.
All right.
Well, for me, it's because God's not real.
Well, I believe in God.
All right. Let's move on. I have a few more topics here that are kind of quick, rapid fire. This one is jobs vaporized. This week, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported a loss of 23,000 jobs in July 2026, a sharp contrast to the 83,000 new jobs that were projected by Trump's economists. It was the worst single month of job loss since July 2020, 4 months after the pandemic lockdown began. Mom, do you think Trump is making the economy better?
Jobs always go up and down.
Wait.
No, our economy is not good. We all
Used abortions as birth control. She had one. I'm also truly believe she wouldn't have had multiple. She would have more if she. If it happened again, common sense. Oh, MAGA, poor MAGA. Yeah.
don't know this right
Kids
now.
are coming out of college and not finding.
Or low this part. I'm adopted and this pissed me off so much. Yeah. No one is doing that, ML, and saying that Bob's mom didn't is not the one you think it is. Yeah.
Finding opportunities like
Yeah.
left and right.
But jobs always do go up and down, with wars, with
Yeah.
change of seasons, with whatever. They always go up and down with unemployment. Employment during seasonal jobs, stuff like that. So, but right now the economy sucks. We all know this.
Right. Jobs go up and down. That's not what we were promised by Trump.
Right.
Trump said, I'm going to come in, winning, winning, winning. My tariffs are going to make everybody rich. And now
Right.
people can't get fucking jobs. Worst jobs report since July 2020.
I know. And the
When the
war's
pandemic wrecked the whole world. Like, that made sense. Everybody's locked down. What?
the war's not helping things either. We know this.
Agreed. Let's go to that topic. This week, where is it? This week, yesterday actually, the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council published a list of demands that Trump must meet in order to open the Strait of Hormuz, which has been closed since February, causing catastrophic increases in the price of oil.
You keep looking okay. What are we talking about here? Remember that time Republicans pretended to believe in bodily autonomy so they could deliberately spread contagious disease? Yeah. Seasonal jobs are not over yet, ML. Tourist season is still happening. Yes, in other words, she didn't use contraceptives, thought she was too old to get knocked up by a guy she didn't sleep with much. It was an affair, so yeah, she did that. Look, I mean, I'm never going to fault anyone for getting an abortion. If that is something you need to do, like, go for it. Like, great. I don't think anyone should ever tell anyone that they can't have an abortion. I think abortion should be legal. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how you get to the point that you're like ML, where it's like, no. I'm pretty sure ML, if you asked her 20 years ago, would probably be like, yeah, I think bodily autonomy is a good thing.
And gasoline worldwide and a lot of other things. The list of demands are: end the war permanently, full stop to war and aggression against Iran and its allies in Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq, lift the U.S. naval blockade of Iran, withdraw U.S. military forces, naval and air forces, from around Iran, lift all sanctions on Iran, release frozen Iranian assets, and pay compensation and war reparations for damages caused by this war. Trump and Marco Rubio are very unlikely to meet these demands, as it would be a clear sign they have lost the war. Do you think Trump should agree to these demands to get the Strait of Hormuz open again, Mom?
I want the war over. We know that's not going to happen. The war's going to continue.
What they're proposing here, this list of demands includes that, ending the war. One of the first demands on this is end the war permanently.
Froze on me over here.
They're saying end this war and we will open the Strait of Hormuz. Pay us reparations for the damage you've done, lift the sanctions on our assets, and we're good to go.
We know that's not going to happen.
Right.
So the war will continue.
The chat, literally, the chat just froze on the fucking screen here. Hold on one second. I'm fixing it.
Correct. But you keep saying we need to end this war. This is one of your big issues. Trump's not ending it.
All of those things to do, that's crazy. Crazy town.
Why is that crazy? Why is it crazy?
Reparations? Come on.
He invaded for no reason. For no fucking reason.
Anyone else following the Alaska surrogate abortion drama? No, have not. If somebody doesn't want a kid, don't force them to have one. If they want to send it to an orphanage, I imagine the kid would prefer it to not existing, but no judgment here. Yeah. Let's see. You saw something about Elon sending a ton of money about it, I think. Yeah. See, Tina, that's the stuff they fucking miss out on, you know? That's the shit they miss out on. They have a blinder for certain things. Babies survive outside of the womb at 5 months often. Life begins at heartbeat, I thought. I mean, that is the thing that they use as a way of getting a point across, saying like, oh yeah, if you can get a heartbeat, then that means it's a viable baby. And it's like, that's not necessarily at all. That's not even remotely true. But yeah.
Maybe if Obama wouldn't have given him the $2 billion way back when, maybe we wouldn't be in this predicament.
What? Huh?
That was the craziest deflection to Obama I've ever heard on this show. And that's saying something. Obama has nothing to do. Look, you're talking about like how crazy it is for reparations to be repaid. You remember he killed a whole school full of children in the very beginning of this?
Little girls.
Do you think the families of those kids should get any reparations?
Yes. We
Well,
did that.
do you think
the United
so?
States
You're
murdered
gonna
those
say it?
children. Yeah. He 100% owes them something.
These demands are actually not that crazy. End the war, lift the U.S. naval blockade on the Strait, withdraw military forces, lift sanctions on the country, release the frozen Iranian assets, pay compensation for the damages caused. That's not
I've
crazy.
never heard of any war do that. Can you name me another war that would give reparations and give money to another country to say, okay, let's get this war done and over?
Yeah.
Good.
Let's do
Chat,
it
are
right
you
now.
looking at me? Chat, are you looking at me?
Yes,
oh
I
my
am.
God. He's so dumb.
World War I ended with the Treaty of Versailles requiring Germany to pay massive financial reparations to Allied powers. World War II resulted in widespread reparations, with defeated nations like Japan signing over 50 bilateral agreements to compensate Asian and Western nations. Gulf War ended with the United States establishing a compensation commission requiring Iraq to pay billions of dollars in reparations for its invasion and occupation of Kuwait. Franco-Prussian War ended with the Treaty of Frankfurt, which forced France to pay substantial indemnity to the newly formed German Empire. So on and so forth.
Then okay,
So yes.
You got me. I didn't know that.
All
Then
right.
maybe he should and get this war over. I just didn't think it was done.
Generally speaking, the losers of the war are the ones required to pay reparations.
When you lose a war, that's what happens. Yep. Here we go again with Obama and pallets of money. Yeah. Breathing actual air through their nose and mouth isn't the beginning of life. This is a religious guy over here. Oh, yeah. Is anyone else falling? Yeah, if someone doesn't want a kid, don't force them to have one. If they want to send it to an orphanage, I imagine the kid would prefer it to not existing, but no judgment here. Yeah. I don't mean to butt in here, but I am a firm believer that conception begins in the tube sock. Damn. Regardless, the Bible specifically mentions breathing as granting life. It says nothing about conception. I mean, it has been. I thought I've read somewhere that it in Jewish law and even early Christianity, abortions were like a normal thing. You know. You got me. No, no, you confidently didn't know what you were talking about, and that's a problem, Mom. Yeah. I love that Iran's plan is to actually use Trump's presidency as a guideline for their willingness to have talks with the U.S. That got us good, and I love it. Yeah, honestly, the news to come out being like, yeah, we're not going to really do anything until he's out of office. So that's our terms. Adoption isn't as straightforward as ML wants to believe. It is incredibly expensive, and there are so many barriers for folks who want to have kids but can't, just not financial. Yeah, I mean that she's. Hey, you know what? Gin up. I'm here for you. Look, you have to understand. Mary Lou is ignorant. All right. Just like the chatter we had earlier, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know? That's the reality. He's not very smart. Yeah, Bob is literally 100% not pro adoption. Yeah. Yeah, abortions are required in several Jewish sects if it's a risk to the mother, and that does include financial risk too. Yeah. Adoption, like immigration, is something that many ignorants like to pretend they are experts on.
And so there is some kind of ideological component to this, that if we are to capitulate, or if Trump is to say, fine, we'll do this, then it is kind of an acknowledgement that you've lost the war. And I don't think he wants to do that, obviously. But again, as we've talked about on the show week after week, there is no clear objective for victory in this war. I don't even know how you would measure a victory at this point.
I don't either.
Okay, let's do, I have one more thing I want to ask you about.
One more.
Is force-feeding prisoners. This week, reporting from The Guardian revealed that ICE is force-feeding prisoners who are engaging in hunger strikes in their concentration camps. Force-feeding involves unauthorized medical procedures requiring the non-consensual insertion of a plastic tube through the nose, down the throat and esophagus, and into the stomach to deliver liquid nutrition against the prisoner's will. At a privately run Texas concentration camp, a Kurdish asylum seeker was force-fed for nearly 8 months. At the same facility, another hunger striker endured involuntary procedures, including force feeding, for nearly 6 months between September 2025 and March 2026. Hundreds of people have gone on hunger strikes since ICE detention centers across the country. They're in protest of what they describe as overcrowded and unsanitary conditions, spoiled and worm-infested food.
She's living in La La Land, where a family friend's daughter is in a bad way, and the baby can't be given away to a nice home. No one's staying on their lanes lately. Just no one. The mother says it's required. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that is just a bodily autonomy. Autonomy. I can't say it. Just, it's literally at the mother's discretion, essentially.
And water, inadequate medical care, delays in immigration procedures, and physical, sexual, and psychological abuse. Mom, are you okay with ICE force-feeding people against their will?
No, but isn't it their right to try to keep these people alive also? Or
you cannot legally perform medical procedures on someone without their consent. That is what this is. The point of the hunger strike is to draw attention to the fact that these concentration camps are killing people by withholding medical services, by making them eat MAGA-infested shit. The hunger strike is done to draw attention to subjects like this. And so by force-feeding these people, they're like, fuck you, you don't get to do that.
And also, these are the people...
I've said it. Get rid of ICE. I've said it. None of this is good. But if they're trying to save somebody's life...
No, but... Required by who? Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Local media. Yeah, I mean, I just wonder if maybe it's a conflation of okay, yeah, if someone is saying if I guess the religious, I guess the Jewish sect that is doing the dictating is requiring it, maybe, but I get what you're saying though. I don't know.
Should you just let the poor people in there die?
No, you should release them. You should not put them in concentration camps.
None of them belong there.
I know. I said get rid of ICE.
Wait, the force feeding issue was literally a plot point on House of the Dragon last night? I haven't seen it yet.
I've said it. I don't know how else to say it.
But it's like
yeah. You understand that a heartbeat starts in the womb, but breath starts when removed from the womb. Should it become viable for the possibility of surviving outside the womb? Oh. With the language barrier? Yeah, I think Antifa is agreeing with you, local media. I was reading it and I was like, it's the same thing. I think you guys are kind of on the same page. And I believe Antifa is from San Diego. I'm kidding. From South Dakota. But I digress. I don't know.
The next step that you need to take
is get rid of the prisons because Trump's making money on the prisons and all that.
Well, for sure. Let's get rid of Trump.
Well,
he's the one who is doing all of this.
Here's the thing: you're doing this, and that is not helping you. Yeah, that's what I read. Kind of Antifa saying, if the mother says it's required, it's fucking required. Yeah, that's kind of what I read it as too, without the fucking in there. I mean, there was some fucking that happened, but
Story came out this week. Guess who said nothing about it? The White House. They don't care.
They're taking our money and funding this shit. Like, we are paying for that.
When ICE was first started, I thought it was a good thing because they would be taking the criminals. They would be taking the drug dealers. They would be taking the bad people back across the border. That's not what ICE did.
Correct. And it's not what they're doing.
Hey.
So it's bad.
Right. They are continuing to operate like this under Trump's regime.
Hey,
There's no way I could say this is good. It's bad.
Right. So you know what? You know what? Anakin Skywalker, how Anakin Skywalker came to be? Tusken Raiders, man. His mom got freaky with a Tusken Raider. All right. Yeah, that's the thing is like they have a very rudimentary or a just that's a filthy Sith lie. They have a very MAGA has a way of describing liberals getting abortions almost being very equal to, them just ripping it from their bodies and then eating the babies. Like that's what I always feel like whenever I see the Christian right when they talk about abortions. It's always this thing of like it's evil and it's mean. The baby's coming out fully born and these are 9-month-old babies being killed. It's like no. Post birth, yeah, okay, yeah. We're on the same page, Antifa. Are Tusken Raiders even human? Have you seen the things they wear? It appears they're wearing goggles and they got hands like humans. They probably got junk like humans too. It would be required by practitioners of the religion. They wouldn't be able to refuse it. Refuse as it's blessed by the rabbi.
Then Donald Trump is bad.
This is an X against ICE.
They've never been seen without the mask, but no one in Star Wars is human technically. You're right. Vulcans have hands and junk. They're not human, but they can have babies with humans though. Isn't Spock half human? I think I won this argument.
And Donald Trump.
He needs to change this.
You always talk badly about Obama and Biden and all this stuff. You know ICE existed under them too, right?
Right.
But they weren't doing what they're doing now.
There were cages that Obama put kids in.
Yes, he detained children, all of that. I'm not saying it was good under any of them.
That's because humans are hoes.
They weren't shooting American citizens in the head in the streets of our cities. They weren't force-feeding people in their concentration camps. They weren't serving people.
And they allude that mothers love abortions and try to have them and hate babies, etc. It's just nuts. Yeah, they're crazy. Because pregnancy is so much fun. We do it just to just to have the last minute abortion for fun. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Do not mix your Star Wars and Star Trek. I'm sorry. Sorry. The one on Enterprise was half human, half Vulcan. Women, mothers, not mothers. Okay, I got you. You're getting Star Trek in your Star Wars, and it's not two great tastes that taste great together. I know the difference between the two. Okay. You mean Voyager? I've not watched anything other than some of the original series and some Next Generation. That's it. They're out there using SNAP benefits to kill their own babies for food. Oh my god. Joel, they need more babies so they can get more money from the government to live off of. War Track, you know what? That's a good one. I like it.
People MAGA infested food. They weren't denying them medical care. It wasn't like this.
You're missing out.
No,
I need to just go back through and watch all of it. I watched it haphazardly through the late 80s, early 90s. I never sat down and watched a full season. The guys at Red Letter Media love Star Trek, and I've watched a few of their episodes that cover like each season, and I'm very, very I'm very interested in doing it at some point. The one thing I do have to agree with on MAGA with is post-birth abortions is definitely murder. Sorry, that was sarcastic. No, I mean, but it is murder if a baby is born and you're killing it. Yeah, but baby money, such good money. Only eat at the dumpster twice a week and not every day. So good. Yeah, the fucking conservative fucking people are like the conservative right are dumb. They have no idea what they're fucking talking about. Baffle them with bullshit. It'd be the honest MAGA catchphrase. Did I say that earlier, or are we quoting someone else? Because I feel like I might have said that, and I don't remember saying it. Heavens, that's a good one. Are you a supporter of Trump or not? No, I'm not a supporter of Trump. No. Oh, I did? Okay, I did. Okay. I literally can't believe that 40 years later, we still have people believing the welfare queen BS and trickle down economics. Yeah, the thing is, the people who believe the welfare queen shit are classist and fucking most likely racist. Rest in hell, Reagan. Yeah, Reagan wouldn't lie.
I just think the world's
You would
crazy
not.
right now, and the United States. I think it's gotten
You
way
keep saying the
crazy.
world's crazy, United States, you're putting blame everywhere but where it actually lies, which is Donald Trump and his billionaire friends. They are doing all of this on purpose. They are trying to create this system where all the money is at the top, making everybody below them poor, so that we have no choices in life. So that it's whatever they decide. For
Bob
instance, what's happening,
Dole.
these flock cameras.
You got to get out of Bob Dole's chair. I used to shake my head a lot in the beginning until about 2022. Then I started knowing he was just another character in my true crime stories. Pathetic psycho criminal. That's all. Small man. Never worry about wealth. I mean, that's what all the billionaires are, right?
Cameras are a part
Welfare
of it as well,
kings.
to build a giant surveillance state so they can watch all of us at all times. And if anybody steps out of line, fuck it, concentration camp. You're a terrorist.
That has been more on the news here too. I've seen that. Those
Yeah. And
they're chasing women down who are crossing state lines for abortions to put them in fucking prison.
Yeah, Chad brought that up.
What happened to states' rights?
I don't know.
They don't mean anything. They are trying to create a world where this thin layer of billionaires own all the social media news you watch. They own all of the surveillance systems and the AI technology that can look through all of that data to determine, like, have you heard about, I forget what it's called, dynamic pricing, I think it's called. Have you heard about this? So these big companies, basically any
welfare queen,
company
yeah,
that sells you anything at a
That's
high
what makes
level, like
sense.
they use it in
Projection.
Uber for sure, but shopping on Amazon, any of this kind of shit. Ticketmaster, you and I can go on Amazon and look up the same product. They are using dynamic pricing because they look at how much money will this person pay for that product versus how much money will that person pay. And if all of your data indicates that you will pay a higher price, that's the price you see. And you don't know any different. So you fucking click on it. This is used for like food delivery, Ubers, all kinds of shit. That's the world we're living in now. So these companies are trying to get literally as much money as they possibly can out of every individual.
Wait, dynamic pricing is on the PlayStation Store? Wait, why? Why? Are they now officially trying to like fucking backtrack and be like, hey, we're not that bad of a people. We're not bad people. We're not trying to steal all your shit. We really want people to stick around and stop fucking trying to hack our fucking PlayStations. Please stay. Please stay. Also using flock camera to get people going over state lines to consume marijuana. It's stupid. If you buy more games, they usually advertise lower prices. I'm done with Sony at this point. Like, DLC has always been dynamic in a way where they will adjust for local currency / purchasing power. Yeah, I knew there was ways to trick it so you can switch, go into different territories and buy the DLC. Yeah, PlayStation is heading into a world of hurt. Yeah, if you've been staying up on top of the hacking scene in the PlayStation realm, there's a bounty right now for a full-fledged hack on the current OS of the PlayStation or Sony's PlayStation 5 operating system. You get a full working hack. The dude, I can't remember his name. He does the consumerist, like he's an IT tech guy, but he's got like a $10,000 bounty on it. From Rossman, yeah. There's a $10,000 bounty, and Sony just patched the exploit in the most current 13.6 OS, and they're having to go back to the drawing board to figure out a way around it. They're like, what? Announced per person. Oh, interesting. They got eFlock cameras and an AI center down the road here in Western Mass, Ludlow. We are pissed. I'm going to post protest signs there tomorrow. Yeah, from Rossman. Okay. Yes, that's who it is, though. Hello, Colton Divas. Man. We're going to be on a new arc soon because this show has gotten so fucking just beyond the pale. Like they're not even correcting their mother when it comes to fucking racism. The racist shit coming out of her mouth. You're like, why are you not fucking doing it? Like, why are you not pointing this fucking shit out? I'm really like done, like over this whole fucking shit. With Flock as president, you can announce a certain group of people are enemies / criminals and immediately find them all and have them arrested or killed. Fun. I mean, yeah. I mean, they're trying to build a police state. And yes, you can be like, oh, like talking about this shit that happened earlier where, I had to explain like the calls coming from within the fucking house. Like the Democrats and the Republicans are responsible for this bullshit, not just fucking MAGA. This is a fucking moderate dim Republican fucking like, hey, we're cool with this shit. I gave up on Mary Berry again after Sunday. Yeah, I think this is going to be my last video, I think, I do on the channel, and I'm probably going to phase out watching the podcast. I'm just done because it just feels like we're doing this circular sort of conversating. And there's not anyone pressing her on what she's talking about. No one wants to educate her. No one wants to do any of this shit. Hunter Biden did an interview with Tucker Carlson. Why? That's the thing. That's the thing. Why? Who fucking cares? And Joel's anxious to get on that reaction. Hey, honestly, anything to get out of this fucking hole. Apparently, Stellar Blade pricing was between 20 and 35, depending on the account viewing the store, purchase history, and account engagement. So if you're above 18, you're a straight male, and you've bought booby games in the past, you're looking at $20. Got it. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's 35 because they'll know you'll pay for it. But 20 if you're a woman who is gay, or not even gay, a woman who's straight who doesn't like the look of women, yeah, then it's 20. I don't like that I can't trust the Dems. What are you gonna do next? We want to follow you? No, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here. I am over it, and like I said, I'm gonna probably try to phase this out. If people stop showing up, then like it's the same thing that I kind of ran into when I was streaming on Twitch and doing gaming on Twitch. Is like people would only hang around if I played the games that they were interested in. And it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't want to pigeonhole myself into just watching this. I would rather talk about politics in general. I'd rather view that shit. I'd rather fucking argue with fucking trolls in a more productive way than having this used as a weaponized fucking thing. Because the reality is like, yeah, there's people out there who legitimately do not realize like they are the things that they fucking hate. Chad and Haley are both intelligent, and I cannot imagine that they think there's going to be any change. I feel like I rant about the show now. I'm still going to be here though. Yeah, no, it's one of those things where I'm at a point where I think Haley's checked out. I think Chad is just kind of like doing this and going through the motions. I think he's more interested in doing other shit. I don't see him trying to engage with her in a way that is going to communicate or get her to change. Like he's not communicating in a way that is going to help her, in my personal opinion. And I feel like all it is we have the same like 5, 6, 7 topics over the last like 5 fucking like months. Like it just feels like we just keep going down the same rabbit hole of like, look, he's doing bad shit, and it's like, I I'm going, what are we doing right now? Why do we have to cover the same 5 fucking topics? And she does this thing of being like, meh, oh, I don't know. Oh, that's an X. It's like the X's don't fucking matter. No one's holding her accountable for those X's. No one's asking her or trying to provide her information. None of it. You know? I want them to push back on her so bad. He's so quick to change topics. My fucking stance on this is this episode pushed me to the breaking point of just being like, you let your mom just fucking be racist for a good 5 to 10 minutes. And everyone's all like, all right. I'm like, this woman thinks she's not racist. And I've heard her I know there is a clip of her saying, I'm not racist. I know there's a clip of her saying that. And she does fucking insane fucking shit on this fucking podcast. She says the most insane out of pocket shit. She can sit there and say in one breath, abolish ICE, and then the other be like, the immigrants driving trucks who don't know how to speak English are the ones killing people. It's like, how do these two thoughts coincide with each other? How do they match up? They don't. They don't fucking match up. Okay, you'll stay here and post other things. Okay, I went and got caught up on your videos. The sense of humor is great, no matter the content. Yeah, look, Joel, you're missing it. She's not racist compared to 40-year-old Mary Lou. Shut the fuck up. She's changed, guys. She's changed. She's fucking changed. I think he's showcasing ML now at this point to other MAGA. Maybe to show them how ridiculous they are, since a lot of them watch the clips, I guess. But the thing is, like, if this is not an act, if Mary Lou is truly this dense, this lost in the fucking sauce, that scares me. That scares me. I'm all for making fun of MAGA. I'm legitimately a person who loves poking the fucking bear when it comes to making fun of this shit. But if this is not an act, they need to do something. They need to do better. They need to do better. Like I said, get a cult specialist on here. Try and get someone who can help her get out of this hole. Yelling at her is not going to do it. Telling her she is wrong is not going to do it. It's just not. It's not. I just woke up from a nap. How was that, by the way? I think she is showcasing her defiance at this juncture. She probably is just ready to change her mind, but has this persona to keep up for the show dynamic that hinders her, not helps. That is my other thing too. If this is if the only reason she's not changing her mind is to fucking prove her children wrong in some way, then she's a fucking sociopath. She's a fucking loony bin. She's a fucking loony. All right. ML needs community service hours to fix her MAGA mind. Yeah. If they move forward, it might be interesting. The show is super stuck right now. It's really bad. And someone said the rumor is like he's coming back, like Bob's coming back, which I'm like, okay, we're going back into the cycle of now we have a reason to be really angry because there's going to be some dude going, "Rah!" You know? He doesn't respect her kids, therefore she'll never be receptive to them. 100%. 100%. They should ask ML to explain her racism, air her grievances, and she'll have a chance of realizing how it's not even real. That she has no reason to be the way she is. Yeah, 100%. I agree. I don't know. I just, I got to this point and it's been building for the last like month and a half, 2 months, where I'm just like, I'm tired. I'm tired of it. I had more fun watching oh my God, what did we watch the other day? The Hunter Biden, Nick Fuentes interviews. I thought that was a better time than this. Even though I'm not the biggest Hunter Biden fan, I think Hunter Biden is only in the media now because he said some funny shit on Twitter, and Andrew Callahan interviewed him a few times and said some funny shit there. She literally said that Chad and Haley are in a cult too. Yeah. Oh, okay. ML is so smug. That's what kills me. Happy and chipper about being a walking brain dead hypocrite. She's happy with fucking talking about people being murdered, which I don't agree with. If anyone is gonna fucking call for murder, I'm like, no, I'm not fucking subscribing to that fucking shit. Not. I don't care who you are or where you come from. Like, we're all human beings. The people who deserve the bad stuff are the people who do the bad things. Like, get the fucking people who do that. And even then, I want those people in prison. They don't get the easy way out of just fucking being murdered. They get to live with their fucking consequences, you know? Heard on Discord that on the live, it's been questioned whether Mercy or whatever their name is was Jules. So someone came out and said today that they have been posting, Mercy 1 has been posting after Jules passed away. So I think that's been nuked from orbit as a theory. I hate when Bob is on the show and him being home has set her back because he's back to being surrounded by Bob's influence and TV watching preferences. Liz, I actually think that the early stuff that we saw with her in interacting with Chad and Haley, I think she was tired. And I think she was just like I'm, I don't have the energy to fight back. Lately, she's been on a fucking tear. If people live, there's a chance of learning and growing. If they're murdered, it's a waste. Hey, we live in a society, we saw earlier, where it is, in some people's minds, it's acceptable to just be like, murder them all. I don't care who they are, what they are. It is in some people's nature just to be a blanketed black and white, bullshitty fucking conflating that all people are bad sort of thing who believe a certain ideology. I don't believe that. I don't subscribe to that mentality. And the reality is that like kindness is a thing, right? And I think there are a certain aspect of being kind to people and treating people fairly and trying to understand why people believe what they believe before you pass judgment. Passing judgment on all people is just not. It's not in the cards for me, and I don't want to do that because I've been judged my entire fucking life for what who I've been, what I've believed, what I've done with my life. Yeah, we live in a very like hypercritical fucking time, and these concepts, these ideas of like this side's bad or that group is bad. That's not true because that's not. It's not it. Some people are fucking undereducated. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Some people are indoctrinated into a cult. I've been around people who, my entire life, who are part of those structures, and they just go with what they're told. If people believe there's a chance of learning and growing, okay. I don't believe Bob is at fault. They both grew up in the same town, met in high school, and had rough childhoods. Neither had emotional growth. I am with you, Tina. I think they're both two peas in a pod, and I think they found each other, and they both were immature, and they both stayed immature, and they have never had any sort of empathy or emotional growth, period. I think she looked like she came around when she thought Bob was going to be gone, and she didn't want to argue with the only family left. But as Bob gets stronger, her bigotry does too. I can get behind that one too. I've sent Chad so many emails offering to help video editing, moderating, literally working for free just to make the show better. Desperate to fact check ML's dumbass, no response. Yeah, so I think that's a part of the reason why I've been kind of jaded with everything. I've made content thinking that he has actually seen it. I don't think he really gives a shit about the channel, which is fine. He has no reason to care about my opinion or what I'm saying, right? And that's fine. But I felt like at first I was doing kind of a service for him, and then after a while I felt like I don't know if I'm losing my mind, but it feels like I'm doing free labor. So I put a pause on doing content around them. Now, we watch the stream, and you can sit there and be like, "Oh, you're just fucking riding their coattails." I don't give a fuck. I enjoy talking about the show because it does shine a light on what is kind of going on with like MAGA and things like that. But it also kind of shines a light on what's wrong with fucking media right now. And there's a lot of people out there just trying to get in on the quote unquote the grift. I'm not saying they're grifting, but there's a lot of people wanting to cash in on this type of content. And it's fascinating to see someone just so fucking willfully fucking ignorant. But I'm tired. I'm bored. And like I said, I think the last video I'm gonna probably do on the fucking channel for video content related to this is probably gonna be the last video. I might do a couple more streams where we watch the podcast. But I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I'm just like just jaded with the whole situation. And it's frustrating as a content creator to be like, yeah, the only thing people will watch on the channel is if you fucking edit a silly fucking compilation of fucking Mary Lou. I almost want to call it a grift too, low-key. I don't want to throw that out there as like the end all be all, but sometimes I go down the rabbit hole of like, is this some sort of weird social experiment? Like, are we all just getting taken for a ride? This is literally a family show. They aren't going to expand the business outside of it, aside from guests. Oh, I by the way, completely understand that. I think what I'm coming from in terms of like when I'm viewing the show is like there's so much more that can be done with it. Yeah, don't need it, don't want it. Just want the show to be better. At least wait for Bob to come back to tie it with a bow. I could do that. Yeah, no, and I get where Moira moronic. I get where they're coming from. I understand what they're saying. I also understand it's a family show. I just think that they need to hire a producer. Like there's got to be some back end work done to make the show better. Keeping up the Kardashians, yeah. Yeah, you can always check in if something funny happens. You're thinking, yeah. That's the thing. I'm working on some other content, and I'm being very transparent. I have a couple scripts that I have written and I'm working on, and I'm probably going to start focusing on those. I've already done testing for filming. I haven't posted anything about it because I don't really want to. I was thinking about posting something about it, then I was like, I really don't want to put some of that test footage up right now because I've got to do some work on lighting and things like that. But I am working on stuff that is not necessarily related to this. It's all political stuff. There is a video that I'm probably going to do that is going to be talking about Mary Lou in terms of like the face of what kind of being stuck in a cult actually kind of looks like. Like she is kind of the poster child of like this is how you get into a fucking cult, and this is how you stay in a cult. God's greatest hater here? Me. ML won't change because she's bigoted and the libsibs are blind to this hurdle. Oh, you should go back and watch the rant that I went on where I got so fucking angry at her being just fucking Islamophobic, fucking racist in general. I've never seen someone so fucking blatantly just like, yeah. I didn't think we would be getting kind of like back to this like angle of just like Joel started throwing shit. It was wild. I didn't throw shit. You're probably right, and that's unfortunate. They would cut off their nose despite their face instead of accepting help. Look, like I said, I did that video and I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll have some sort of like, be some cross pollination. No, that was it. That was it. I was like, yeah. I kind of also realized like after I did the video, I'm like, they owe me nothing, and like I said, I also owe them fucking nothing. If you go back to when ML was talking about Mamdani and New York City, that's when it happened. I got fucking really, really fucking angry. Really fucking angry. But I didn't throw shit. I didn't. I just think they have so many watching that they are also miseducating so many too. I think the big issue when it comes to news stories is the fact that they only focus on the topical news stories. You know? They just focus on topical shit when we know like the stuff they keep repeating about like Todd Blanche, the Epstein files, the women who were, assaulted by Trump. She doesn't care about any of that shit. None of it. Doesn't fucking care. So what do you do at that point, right? She wants Hassan so bad and I'm dying on the hill. Sucks that Hassan's not into I don't know, he might be. He might be into older women, I don't know. Yeah, Chad is still persistent on flinging 66 million topics, funny voices, Chad's shitty reporter voice. ML is not listening to that shit. He got to her more than her own kids, yeah. I also thought Peppermint did as well. I thought Peppermint did too, but no, that didn't happen. Lucas Bean then, his coverage on the psychology aspect might tie in well. Honestly, I'm at a point where I want to do content that is. Oh, hey, this is my other channel. Hiya, I have a political crap on here. I was like, hey, I just saw the follow. I was like, yeah. I'm doing the same, possibly letting my channel grow, run its course, and get more into political side on my other channel. Maybe someday. So it's local media. Maybe someday we'll make a video together. I'm not opposed to that. I would love to have collaborations and stuff like that. I threw it out there to a couple of people who I threw it out to a friend and to an acquaintance, and I'll be honest with you, it's kind of tough because you kind of want to have like a similar wavelength and kind of like knowledgeable on this type of stuff, like especially when it comes to like, okay, yeah, we know about the necessary conversation, shit like that. But I'm not opposed to collaborating with people. It's just been kind of it's been one of those things where I've tried and it's like people go, yeah, and then I hear I can hear in the back of their voices, they're like, I don't know. I'm like, all right, I'll let you be. If you want to do this, I'm here. If not, then no worries. Chad's there for himself, not his mom. Not an astute observation, but ML really listens to men exclusively. You can track her digestion. Yes, she does. Nate was also a big one as well. Bob. I listened to Bob for a very long time. She likes all the fucking anchors on fucking Newsmax, and I believe most of those are Smokey Joe. Yeah, they got those guys.
The object they're selling or the service they're selling, not even relevant. It's how much money can I get out of that person, and that information is sifted through all these big AI companies to do that. That's just kind of tip of the iceberg.
Let's
Trump is trying
finish
to create
this
a
fucking
world
thing up.
where they get every penny out of every person sucked straight to the top. They watch everyone constantly, and they control the vote so that none of them can ever be removed from office. So the system will be in place forever. That is the goal.
Remember when we talked about Project 2025 and you were like, that's never.
Yes. My friends don't want to do it. They like talking about politics, but haven't been open to real brainstorm/collabs. So I'm depending on finding others online. Awesome. Yeah, hit me up in my business email, and we'll see if we can figure out something. I'll even send you. I have a outline for a couple of videos. I can send them your way if you want to pepper in anything or stuff like that. I told a friend of mine like, hey, if you want to do this, I'll work with you, give you credit and shit like that. And if there's like money that's made on the video, we'll figure out some sort of split, you know, here and there. But yeah, it's one of those things where I want to do some more collaborative stuff, things like that. You know, I am very upfront. I'm not the most knowledgeable fucking person on everything, and so having someone there who can either A, fact check me if I, get something wrong, or even just fucking proofread is massively helpful, because being dyslexic is not fun.
Never going to happen. They're never going to do that. They're doing it. He lied to you.
That's a lot of information you just threw at me.
Okay.
Well, I guess that's the end of the show. Too much information in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. I will be back maybe with one of you at 6 p.m. PDT tonight for a live.
I have to go fulfill 800 shipments.
All right. I guess I'll be holding it down solo. Join me
And
right here on
editing,
the YouTube
yeah.
channel for that.
So you and I like that humor and editing, 15-minute videos to start, and I do love to edit. I'll email. Yeah, I like editing too, especially if there's a fun angle. I bust out videos very quickly if I'm like into it. That's why it's so hard getting some of the Mary Lou stuff out. It's like I feel like I've recorded the same or edited the same 6 videos over and over and over again. You just get to that point where you're like, ugh. I'm just here to turn Joel onto historical context for some of the random shit that MAGA gets up to. I mean, and I'm happy, by the way, that you're providing that. I also think it would just be really helpful to have a outlet for us to watch actual meaningful content that is actually informative. Because I think why I'm super duper angry right now is I feel like I just get duped when I watch it. I feel like the way Chad looks right now, I feel like I'm duped. I'm over it, I'm here to make the chat visibly commie. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, context is excellent to continue to address, so it's not lost. No, it's not lost at all. But I get to have a fun. I get to put a little note on this episode. It's gonna be kind of great to be like, hey, I got my first goddamn fucking troll in goddamn chat. Means you're doing something right, It was great. I dream of Jennifer Welch shredding ML. She's from Oklahoma and is brilliant. I could see that not happening. Is there a tabletop RPG table involved? That's just a bonus. Maybe. Oh yeah, speaking of which, we are going to be talking about the other projects I have going on. I literally have 3 or 4 different projects happening at the same time right now. We have in the Discord server, we have a tabletop RPG group that's been getting together, and we're going to start recording those. So there's going to be probably another gaming channel here. Not here. I'm not going to post that stuff on this channel, but there's that. I have a dumb magic channel that I do post stuff to semi regularly, once every month or so I'll post something. But and by the way, I don't want to jump out ahead of this. I had that channel well before Chad had his, so ML already said she hates Jennifer. Now you know what? We're gonna do that on stream. I am. By the way, I am planning on a stream this Wednesday afternoon. I can't do it Thursday. I'm had to move my EMDR over to Thursday, so this will be kind of a good jumping off point to not watch Wednesday's episode because we'll be doing it in the afternoon. And MAGA, who was in here, can send that over to chat as well. Oh God, man. That was such a funny fucking thing. I'll try to be here for sure. Yeah, I'm going to be here in the afternoon. Yeah, from 1. there any other shows that TNC might be interesting to watch in this group? Well, we could start doing. So I watch a lot of weird shit on YouTube. To be very honest with you, political content is not the only thing I watch on YouTube. But if we're talking about political stuff, it might be interesting to like dump more like more informational or more I think informative videos on here. Should do a double reaction video to Ren's The End of the World and Life is Excellent by Bobby Joe Ebola and the children McNuggets. Oh my god, I had to tell someone yesterday. We were talking about, because I was an artist for I'm technically still an artist, but I did a lot of work on a character that I made like a small little like book thing about that I never released really. But I had to explain to him that the character was based off of, in design, off of the Ghost Chicken McNugget toy from Taco Bell, from McDonald's. And yeah, boycott racism, hell yeah. But I had to tell them that, and they were like, really? I'm like, yeah. Because someone accused me of copying their character. I'm like, no, I based that off of fucking Chicken McNugget. I didn't know about your goddamn character, bro. And also, he is what I would imagine Charlie Brown would be if he was actually dead and couldn't remember he was Charlie Brown. So yeah. Vic Burger has some weird, fun, weird content. Hey, I have some videos that I have made that resemble Vic Burger apparently. And I thought someone was fucking with me on the channel once, like, oh, trying to rip off Vic Burger or something. And I was like, I didn't know who Vic Burger was. And then my wife had to be like, you watch Tim and Eric? Like, he's one of the guys who does edits for Tim and Eric. I'm like, oh, well then, okay, kinda, yeah. Some of my editing is kind of like are based around that. All the channels, I've got a travel one, a plant one, a personal one, and a music one. Hope to establish political stuff from this one. Here. Yeah, I have 3 channels, but one is kind of defunct at the moment, and like I don't post anything on it. And the other one is literally Magic the Gathering stuff that I post, like openings and things like that. That's it. That is it. I don't really do much else. I was thinking about doing a music one just to upload music that is royalty free for people. So yeah. Hey Fancy, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. Hopefully have a good night. I'm gonna get the hell out of here in a few moments anyway. But yeah, I was gonna do some like because I have the synthesizer and stuff like that. I'm thinking about doing some ambient music. I have played guitar for a good chunk of my life, so that's the other thing too, is like I can play guitar kind of okay. When you've been playing since you're 13, you're like, you should kind of be good. It's like but I enjoy playing guitar. Would I be playing guitar on any of that music? Yeah. I post time lapses of Northern Lights I take that no one watches. Hey, you know what? I was watching a video today and they said your early videos, right? You're going to tell yourself like no one's watching it, they suck. Well, yes, they probably do suck. But the more you do them, the more you put out there, eventually something is going to stick. Something is going to stick out there. Not everyone starts out like editing great. No one just starts out with a fucking, like banger fucking like YouTube channel. It all takes time. Okay. And it is like just consistently putting content out. It's consistently doing those things. Don't have someone tell you have to stick to a schedule. You don't, but you do need to put content out. And these are what these streams are about. Like, I want to make sure I'm like touching base with people. I'm putting content out there that people can watch if they want to watch it. If they don't, no worries. If you want to fucking call me a fucking you know, MAGA. You can call me MAGA. You can call me MAGA. I don't fucking care. I love my red hat. I love being MAGA deep down in my soul. Just kidding. But yeah, like, yeah, people don't watch this shit. Like, it's here for them to watch, and you know, there's no qualms with like 5 people watch it. Like, that's fine. Who cares? You know, I'm doing it for nothing other than just having a good time and hanging out with people who want to hang out. That's it. Wait, was there a show? Missed that. No. What show? What show? Huh? Okay. Have the best night you ever had tonight. I have to go edit. Actually, I need to go finish what is probably going to be the last necessary conversation video. We'll see. We'll see. I've never streamed for anyone but myself. That's only, you know what? That's a lie. I used to stream for people. I used to stream certain games for people. I don't do it anymore. I just stream what I want to watch and what I want to do. On the days we don't have to, we don't do the necessary conversation, I'm usually watching whatever sounds fun. But yeah. If there's a show we could watch together. Oh, you didn't quite answer. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know. Political? I don't know. You know, a lot of the political guys are focusing on Trump related content, so it can be kind of annoying. I mean, we could make fun of that shit. Thank you for dissecting this show. I love it. Well, you know what? We're gonna find stuff to do. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna find stuff to do. It's gonna be fun. But I'm trying to think. We could watch the Luke Beasleys. We could watch all of those motherfuckers and make fun of them, because there's a lot to make fun of there. Hell, we could watch Ben Shapiro and make fun of Ben Shapiro with that wet ass P word. You know, do all that shit. It'd mostly be new to me. Hey. Found it. Yay. Oh, did you find... Okay, you found the email? Okay, sweet. His wife's dry puss. Damn. I'd like to watch Ralph Bakshi's Fire and Ice. Is that in the public domain? Because if it is, I'll watch it. Hell, we can watch Night of the Living Dead if you want. Wheel of Random Choice. Hey, we could do that too. The sky's the limit. The sky's the limit. Let's watch some fucking stuff that's gonna make us rage. Yeah. Could we rewatch Medi interviews? Oh, I fucking... You know, I don't think we would get copy strike. The funny thing is, there are very few outlets that do copy strikes on like media, like interviews and things like that. Like I cannot do anything from The Guardian. The Guardian nuked me from space. Literally. There's those 2 Terrence McKenna doc. We can do those as well. There's so much stuff we can do. So much. And plus, I would just like to have conversations with people. I think we have a lot of fun when it comes to just discussing the ins and outs of like the world itself. I think the best content that's coming out of this channel, especially on the stream, has been those conversations. If it's commentary, it should be fair use, but it's mostly about enforcement being correct, which isn't happening right. And I just said, fuck it. I'm not going to fight the Guardian, because the video that we watched was literally about how Israel basically is ignoring what's happening in Gaza and lying to their citizens, essentially. Hey, Erdis, I'm actually about to head out, but I will be back Wednesday afternoon. We're gonna do some fun stuff on Wednesday that is not necessary conversation related. We're probably gonna wean off of it a little bit. I'll just be very frank. And I might start just fast forwarding episodes if they're gonna be just this fucking nonsensical and the same. I mean, I don't know. Let's just sit in Discord and discuss. You can record the responses. There's an idea there, and I think it could be interesting to have a conversation with people. I would almost want to do it like one-on-one though. I think it'd be kind of neat. All right, I'm gonna get the hell out of here. I'll sit here and gab for another fucking hour and a half if I don't just get up and go eat. I appreciate everybody. I'm gonna go downstairs, eat some sausage. I think Suzanne cooked that. Beat it, MAGA. Later's all. Yeah. All right, everybody. Have a good night.